Welcome to Warner Park in beautiful Bastia St. Kitts, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are up against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Leeward Islands are leading by 216 runs with 9 wickets in hand. And that means that from the first innings score of 352, they managed to bundle out Guyana for 188. And the Leewards are back at it again. And at the close of play yesterday, Kofi James is the wicket to have gone, caught by Anderson off Pomal for 14. And the Leewards are 52 for 1. Mikhail Louis is on 37. And Carty is there on 1. Good morning, Earl Smithen. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Carlisle. Good morning to viewers. I would not say like the old gentleman who, when asked how was he feeling today and how was he doing today, he said that he is in a state of physical salubrity and exuberant spirits. I just simply say that I'm doing pretty well.
And again, there is another cruise ship in the harbor on our screens. You can see that big one. And there's another one away to its left. St. Kitts and Nevis are big on tourism.
Yes, and of course, most of these large cruise ships, they do dock here in St. Kitts. And I guess, Carlisle, from time to time, you would get 1 or 2 ships over there in Charlestown.
That is correct. The umpires will soon be taking the field on day 3 of this match, and it has advanced at a fairly rapid rate. At the end of 2 days, both teams had batted, and the Leewards were extending their lead.
Well, lots of time left in this game still, Carlisle, and we have been blessed with very good weather for the past 2 days, and today looks the same. It seems as though we would be in for another hot sunny day, and that translates into a full day's play. And as I said, Leewards leading by 216 runs, in the better position of the 2 teams. And Guyana, of course, will be looking to pick up all the wickets here and try to restrict the Leeward Islands to a low total as possible. But Leewards, on the other hand, would be looking to probably get something in excess, total lead in excess of 400 runs, and apply pressure to Guyana. So the pitch looks a very good one still at the end of yesterday's play. And I don't think it would have changed much overnight. And we expect to have a good day's play here today, Carlisle. And perhaps the Leeward batting, consolidating and looking to bat up to lunch and beyond lunch, and probably getting something over 400 to put some pressure on the Guyana's team.
Well, as we normally do, we'll take you around the region and give you updates on the matches which have been played so far. Remember, right here in St. Kitts, just across the way at Connery, the Academy were bowled out for 163, to which Trinidad and Tobago replied with 329, and the Academy batting a second time. They are on 84 for the loss of 3 wickets. So they are still trailing in that game. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are leading by 82 runs, and the Academy, they have some 7 wickets remaining. And so it is quite possible, highly likely, that that game will be concluded today. And then we'll take you across to Jamaica, where we remind you that Barbados in their first inning were bowled out for 214, and Volcanoes replied with 325, and Barbados in a spot of bother. Some will say in more than a spot of bother. In their second inning, they are 72 for 4 wickets, having lost the wickets of Craig Brathwaite for 18, McCaskey for 9, also losing Mosley for 16, and Jonathan Drakes for 20. And so Barbados are trailing by 39 runs, and they have some 6 wickets in hand. Players are on the field, Earl, and so we should start pretty promptly.
Yes, in fact, the batsmen were out there long before the Guyanese fielders. But you mentioned Jonathan Drakes there, Carlisle, for Barbados. Do you know if he's any way related to Vasper Drakes and his son?
No idea, but we'll find out that, of course. In the other game, combined colleges and campuses, 307. And Jamaica replying with 259 for 6. And I should tell you that from that 259, Chadwick Walton 163. And so the rest of the batting they simply has not come up. Bonner again gone for a low score 6. Blackwood gone for 8. Mansing, he's also out, along with Mackenzie, Carlos Brown, and of course Chadwick Walton, who made that 163 runs. So play's about to start, and it's Promal, and bringing Carty forward. No runs from the first ball of day 3 from Warner Park in St. Kitts.
This, of course, is a good opportunity for Carty, who did not really get going in the first innings. And he would like to get a good score here. Louis is on 37, and he has been batting well. And following his 100 and his half century in the previous match. But Guyana starting with Pomal. And I'm pretty certain we're going to see a lot of spin from the Guyanese team today.
Badly lined by Promal down the onside, and it was played really well by Carty. Just swiveled and hit this one wide of the fielder, who is at backward screen across the boundary for 4. So the Leewards open the account this morning. Carty moves on to 5, and it's 56 for 1.
Yes, a good start there by Carty. Getting what could be considered to be a gift. Badly lined delivery. And he just swung it down to long leg for 4. So we see Thorne being asked to go a bit to his right at backward square.
One over completed. Leeward's at 56 for 1. Carty is on 5. And Michael Louis is on 37. Louis has had a good game so far.
Yes, certainly. 37 and 113 in the first innings. And Pomal giving away 4 runs in that particular over. And I'm pretty certain that the Guyanese team, they would be looking to be as tight as possible today. And try to dry up the runs. There are already some 220 runs behind with just 1 wicket down. And of course, they would not like the Leewards to go at a very good rate.
Ali Mohammed has been the best bowler for Guyana so far.
Yes.
And no surprise that he's opening from the far end.
None at all. And, it's ironic that Guyana has played just the 2 seamers. And we have seen a number of spinners. We have seen the 2 left arm, Sinclair, the off spinner. And you would have thought that The best bowler might have been one of the spinners, especially bearing in mind that there's the experience Pomal there, but certainly the most successful of the bowlers so far has been the medium pacer Ali Mohammed.
Very good drive by Louis, finding the field at extra cover. It was firmly struck, so he was only able to knock it down, and the running has been good. Louis saw the opportunity and went through to get run number 38.
Yes, but good work there by Thorn, who is that short extra cover, diving to his right and knocking it down. Had that gone past him, it was well struck and it would have gone into the extra cover boundary for 4. But Carlisle would say this is a seamer's wicket.
I never said that about Warner Park, not up till now. But it surprisingly has had a good amount of seam movement. You know, it's just that with the new ball, the bowlers have been a little bit short and far too wide. And so that has not resulted in them getting wickets.
What I've noticed though, that in the 2 pitches we have seen so far, they would have left on a little bit more grass than usual.
And not only that, I've seen a bit more pace than I've grown accustomed to.
Yes, certainly. In fact, the pitch to the east, the most easterly of the pitches, that and the first, that certainly had quite a bit of grass on it, and played well, but it did provide some assistance to the opening bowlers. But nevertheless, it's a very good batting track. And the Leewards, they would like to get a good start. Guyana, of course, if they could pick up some early wickets, could find themselves back into the game. Interesting, Carlisle, that our West Indian openers or test openers, they have not been getting runs recently.
Which is why this can be an important opening for other openers and other top order batsmen.
Yes, certainly. But we know that Brathwaite is the West Indies captain, and he has been the most consistent batsman for West Indies over the years. In terms of runs, and I don't think that he would be replaced just now, but nevertheless it's good when youngsters put up their hands.
Good shot by Carty, just spanking this one, which was wide, down to the extra cover boundary for 4. Wide, and he was over it nicely and played a pleasing shot. So he has brought up his second boundary of the morning.
have them bogged down. They're looking to score. They're looking to get runs. And just like you said a while ago, they're really running well between the wickets, and they're looking to pick up every run.
That's good, clever batting by Carty. Just reached that one and dropped it away into the offside. Even though they had protection there, there's a fielder at short mid-off, very short. And then there is an extra cover. There's a fielder at cover and one at backward point, and he split them easily and picked up a single.
Oh, yes, to the left of one and to the right of the other. And perfect splitting there by Carty and getting an easy single. And of course, really taking the pace off that one.
Dead ball being signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett as Permal just ran through, didn't release the ball. Carl Tuckett, of course, played cricket for Nevis and the Leewards, an all-arounder who scored centuries for Nevis and was also a very good bowler.
Certainly, and he's one of the few bowlers, Carlisle, that runs in with the ball, used to run in with the ball in his left hand, and then switch to the right hand to deliver.
More runs, this time in the form of byes, as Michael Louis was reaching for it. There was some bounce, and
This is not going according to plan for the Guyanese, I'm sure. They would be looking to restrict and apply pressure, and perhaps applying pressure bring about the downfall of one or two batsmen. But so far, things have looked rather easy out there for the two batsmen, Carty and Louis. And they've managed to take the score from 52 for one overnight to 71 for one. So what we say for the Guyana team, more is for the captain Anderson.
delivery wide of the off stump, and Carty was driving, beat him on the inner edge through to the keeper. But drawn wide that time was Carty.
Yes, and you know, a delivery he could have easily left alone. It was that wide of the off stump. Anderson, though, is still looking to pick up a wicket here. Here, this is very wide also. He has the two slips in place and a gully. In fact, a gully could almost be considered to be a fourth slip. So he still has catchers close in.
Single to Carty, driving this one to the man on the backward point boundary. And so he goes up to 15. Leeward's a 72 for 1. Louis is on 39. Carty has had the bulk of the bowling this morning and has done most of the scoring as well.
Yes, Louis just picking up some 2 runs. And so there's an obvious plan here by the Guyanese team, going wide of the off stump. And the question is whether or not that's a defensive ploy, or whether or not they feel that they could bowl it wide of the off stump and induce the batsman into a fault shot.
Another delivery pitch wide, and the Carty is stroking it down to widest extra cover. Airborne for a while, but he got 2 runs to take him on to 17. Another single to Carty as he moves to 18. 76, 75 for 1, the Leewards.
So runs coming rather easily for Carty in particular. And, he has been batting well so far. He has been picking up the singles. He has been scoring well.
Louis moves on to 40. Leeward's lead by 240.
So that's some 24 runs so far. And in the day's play, Guyana would like to tighten up a bit at this point. Things probably not going according to their plans, but certainly the Leewards would be enjoying this situation. But that's better from Pamal, bowling 3 successive dot deliveries and keeping the scoring in check. And this is what Guyana would be hoping throughout the morning session, that they do not give away too many runs. But so far, they have been very unsuccessful in the attempt to keep the scoring rate down. And Carlisle, of course, they do have to be mindful of the scoring rate, because the quicker the Leeward Islands get these runs, it allows them more time to bowl at the Guyanese team.
Good single, driven firmly down to mid-off. Fielder has to come to his right. And so Michael Louis moves on to 41. Again, not moving the back foot, Carty, and lunging at the delivery that was back pitched. And luckily for him, he doesn't take the edge. It goes through for the keeper.
This one seemed to have come back a bit too from outside off. And lucky not to get the edge. And the ball, of course, just above bail height.
Shot. Very good shot. That's the one he was looking for the delivery before. But this one was further up to the bat. And this time, Carty was...
Seems to be in sublime form at the moment and scoring rather quickly. And let's see. He's on... in fact, he's on 22 from some 31 deliveries. In Carlisle, we do have a couple tourists on the mound.
Driven again. This time it finds the fielder at cover. And there will be no runs. There were a few more in early this morning before the start of the day's play, Earl.
Yes, just a couple there on the mound.
Driven down to the backward point position. He'll get a single Carty to take him on to 23. And the score is 82 for the loss of 1.
Yes, Carty is looking in sublime form. He's timing the ball well. And this, of course, is a dangerous sign for Guyana. And Carlisle, like I said, runs coming rather quickly. And I'm pretty certain it's not going according to the Guyanese plans. Track is a very good one to bat on. The ball is coming on to the bat rather nicely. Perhaps we might see another spinner coming into the attack from the far end. Of course, he has the option to bowl Isaiah Thorne.
Steer down to third man. Fielder from backward point is chasing and will pull it back inside the boundary. They'll just have the couple. And so Carty will move on to 25. The Leewards are now 84 for 1. Misfield by the fielder at mid-off, and so he will allow a single. Carty will move on to 26, and the Leeward's 85 for 1.
Yes, Thorne diving to his right. He's a tall man. and sort of dived over that one, but was backed up and long off. Louis, of course, is inching towards another half century, already at 100 in this match. Of course, he has an opportunity to do a double here today.
Bit of a naughty shot there by Carty. Just wasn't wide enough for that shot. Was trying to play it into the offside.
Yes, much too close for that shot.
End of the over. And the Leewards are 86 for 1 after 22 overs. Permal has picked up the 1 wicket to fall, 1 for 25 as the Leewards continue to extend their lead in this game.
So Leeward's remains in the ascendancy.
The lead is now 250.
250, you know, that's a pretty good lead, and 250 for just the loss of 1 wicket, and they're in a very good position at this point. And the good thing about play so far this morning is that they're getting the runs rather quickly.
But you look at the pitch, the Guyana's strong suit would be the spinners, I would think. But the wickets in the first innings were taken by, most wickets were taken by Mohammed.
Yes, in fact, he picked up some 5 of them.
There hasn't been a lot of turn from this pitch out.
No, definitely not. And so the spinners, they would have to rely mainly on their guile and variation. Nowadays, Carlisle as a spinner, or any bowler for that matter, you have to go in the net and try to develop number of deliveries, a variety of deliveries, if you have to take wickets. And we have heard of bowlers working on a particular delivery for months and months to perfect it.
Well, the captain decided that he was going to bring an extra fielder into the offside and have 2 short extra covers. And what?
He's now on 48 and looking set to get another half century.
And now the mid-off has gone back to long off.
So these 2 batsmen for the Leewards, they have looked very comfortable so far this morning. It's very hot out there too, so I don't think that the Guyana players would be enjoying it out there. Carlisle, it seems as though the news has gone around though. If you look in the southern pavilion, you're seeing much more spectators, and I'm not suggesting that there's a lot, but much more than you would have seen over the last couple of days. So a few persons coming in to look at this game, which is good. And we do hope that many more come. But Carlisle, you know, one of the things that I was discussing with a pundit the other day is the fact that, you know, an attempt should be made to at least get some school children into the ground during these matches, or one of these matches, even just for a session or a day.
End of the over. Leeward's 92 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Mickey Louis, following his 113 in the first inning, he's on 48. With him is Casey Carty on 26.
So with a lead up now of some 256 runs, and we have just had just over half an hour's play in the morning, so Leewards could very well find themselves well past 300 run lead in the morning session. Guyana, of course, would have to try and tighten up and try and restrict the scoring. But dangerous signs, though, for the Guyanese team.
And it also says to the Leewards that there is no devil in the pitch. And so you can just bat. I'm sure that they would have had discussions as to how many sessions they would need to bowl Guyana out again, given that they get a good score.
And we would expect Guyana would bat a lot better in the second innings. The track, of course, is getting easier and easier to bat on. And we would not expect them to fold up for another 188 runs in the second innings, but you'll never know.
Driven by Carty down to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He'll get a single, moves him to 27, the Leeward's 93 for 1. The lead, 257.
But as a captain, though, what do you do in this situation? Runs are coming, you are behind the 8 ball.
You slow down the game as much as possible.
Certainly.
Good shot by Mickey Louis. Just checked it and placed it between the bowler and the fielder at mid-off. Down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary, and so he goes to 49. Leeward's 94 for 1. Good running again. Good single. Yes. 95 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of that over. Carty moves on to 28.
Guyana needs a couple wickets here. Carty, of course, an international player, is settling in well. And they really need to get one of these two batsmen out at this point.
Still short of the hour mark. And the Leewards extended their lead to 259. scoring at just a touch under 4 runs and over. In the air by Carty over the head of the fielder at short extra cover. Long off chases across to his left. And they'll get a couple of runs. And that will push Carty on now to 30. Another good single by Carty, just plays it away into the offside. And he runs through for a single to take him on to 31. And the Leewards are now 98 for the loss of 1 wicket. Having already brought up 50 runs this morning easily.
Easily, quite easily. And as I have kept saying, the runs are coming rather quickly. And I don't think this is something that the Guyanese team would have liked.
There is some bounce for the spinners, for all the bowlers as a matter of fact. But the spin and the turn for the spinners is slow. The turn is slow. Anderson bowling wide to Michael Louis. And he leaves it alone. He has shown good patience, this Michael Louis. He is on 49. And what a story this is for him. Half century in the second inning of his first game. A century in the first inning of his second game, and now within touching distance of another half century. And gets his half century now as he drives this one down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. Well done, well played to Michael Louis. He's on 50. And I've had friends from around the region who have been calling and texting and asking about Michael Louis. And so they want to know how old he is, how many matches, how many seasons he has had. Well, he was born in August of 2000, so he's still yet 23. Carty's driving, finds the edge, goes along the ground to the field at third slip. No runs, end of the over then. Leeward's a 99 for the loss of 1. Michael Louis is on 50. From 68 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. In water. I got to get him a new passport. Leeward's 99 for 1, lead by 263. Michael Louis on 50. And has Chandapal and is forward. Plays it across the pitch. No runs. Earl, certainly his sights must be set on another 100.
Oh, Oh, yes, certainly. And, you know, it would be a wonderful achievement for the young man to bring up a double, well, not just a double, but get hundreds in the 2 innings of a match in only his second outing at first-class level. But Mikel would have toured with the West Indies under-19 team a couple of years back. I think it was on the tour prior to the one that was held in St. Kitts.
Partnership is 50, as this delivery is pulling the batsman forward, and it's bouncing as well. I've told you about this bounce that the spinners have been getting. To convert.
He has really rushed to 31 this morning. Started on just a single this morning. Pamal and the other left arm leg spinner in this Guyanese lineup, they are fairly short. Pamal the short of the two. And they, of course, as I said, they're extracting a bit of bounce. And, of course, we know that the Leeward Islands, they do have two very tall spinners, well over 6 feet, in the Captain Cornwall and the left-arm leg spinner, Durham. So it's quite possible that they themselves, these two spinners in particular for the Leeward Islands, Durham and Cornwall, they might be able to extract even more bounce than the Guyanese spinners.
$100 for the Leewards is on the board. They're $100 for the loss of 1.
100, of course, coming up in 26 overs. Just to go back to regional tournament, Carlisle. We saw Bonner failing again. Many wondered what had become of Bonner, who started well on the West Indies Test team.
Not just Bonner failing again, but Blackwood failing again.
I was about to get to Blackwood also. He, at one point, was vice captain of the West Indies team.
This one bringing a fall shot from the batsman there in Mickey Louis. It was wide. That in the scorebook, you'll just see a boundary. He moves up to 55, and it's 104 for 1, the Leewards.
And of course, Carlisle, probably if he had played an orthodox shot and gotten it from the middle of the bat, he might not have picked up any run.
The Guyana team for Ronaldo, Ali, Mohammed, just the two fielders on the onside.
And of course, he has been bowling just outside the off stump for most parts. So it's a definite plan.
Let me correct myself, Earl. Just the one fielder on the onside. Just a fielder down at mid-on.
Yes,
so he has to bowl wide of the off stump.
Has no choice. And this is in an attempt, I suspect, to try and dry up the runs.
Must tell you, in all my years of watching cricket, I've seldom seen in a match where you just have the solitary fielder on one side.
You would see two at least. I mean, we have seen it so far in this match. I've seen it in the previous match, but as you rightly said, I can't recall ever seeing just one on the on.
And in situations like that, you are saying to the batsman, you make the mistake.
Yes, but it could be a dangerous ploy too, because batsmen nowadays they have the ability to play the ball through the onside from outside the off stump. So not only does the bowler have to bowl outside the off stump, Carlisle, but his length has to be right also.
Mm-hmm. Carty playing this one on the onside and coming through very quickly for a single. The running and strike rotation by the Leewards has been brilliant.
Chandra Paul, though, did not attack that one. He moved rather slowly to the ball, perhaps conceding the single early, but very good running, though. Chandra Paul guilty of being a bit too flat-footed. Probably he should have exerted more pressure on the batsman by attacking the ball.
Good shot by Mickey Louis, reaching for this one and hitting it high, hard and handsome over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Takes him on to 61.
This might be his third 6
in this inning.
In his 100, he would have struck some 5 6s. So he's a powerful man, young man, and not afraid to go over the top.
I've seen a lot of him in Nevis playing for Highlights International Division 1 team. He also bowls a bit of wrist spin. He's a good player.
Well, I know in the past, speaking of the wrist spin, that would have been his main suit some time ago. And as a matter of fact, I think he would have gotten into the Patriots setup at one point based on his ability to bowl wrist spin.
Trust me, if he keeps batting like that, he's going to get into more than the Patriots setup. Eyes will be on him throughout the region.
Certainly. And what we have been looking for players over the years is consistency. And so far, he has shown consistency. Well, up to now, anyhow, this is only his second match. But he seems to be getting better and better.
Wide of the off stump, and he leaves it alone.
Guyanese player, though, they look rather flat-footed out there, shoulders drooped.
Solid in defense is Michael Louis to bring up the end of the over. Leewards are leading by 275 as in their second inning they are 111 for 1. The partnership is 61 between these two.
Yeah, and yes, Carlisle, if you put so yes, Carl, putting your captain's hat on, what sort of total would you, or even your manager's hat, because you've done a lot of that at regional level, what sort of total would you be looking for from this position?
Well, two things. You're not just looking at a total, but you're looking at time left in the game. Because you always have to credit the opposition with the ability to bat better the second time around. And so, for me, minimum 400. And the Leewards would be saying that they'd like, what, maybe 3-4 sessions to bowl at this team?
Yes, I would agree. I would agree with you there. But the added bonus for the Leewards at this stage is that they're scoring very quickly.
Mm-hmm. So I'll be looking for the extra batting points. Remember, we are playing bonus points in this tournament.
Yes, Carl.
So you're looking for not just 350, you're looking for 400 to get the extra points.
Most definitely. And, you know, the fact that they're getting these runs quickly could give them more time in which
Absolutely correct.
to bowl at the Guyanese batsman.
Good observation.
And it's a very good track. So the more time and the more runs you have, better opportunity you would have to bowl the Guyanese team out.
Thorne is into the attack and bowling a short delivery which is played into the onside. It won't have the legs to get to the boundary, but they'll only have 2 runs. So Carty will move to 34 and Leeward's to 113 for 1.
Thorne starting short, ill-advised, a bit too short and lucky not to be put away for a maximum of a 4.
And Carty has nicked off delivery which was outside the line of the off stump, and he was just rude. He's gone for 34, Casey Carty. Thorne has picked up a wicket.
Absolutely no foot movement at all, Carlisle, and paying the price. Just hanging the bat out there and the ball taking the outside edge and going through to the keeper. So this wicket should breathe a bit of life into the Guyanese team. They have picked up their first wicket for the morning.
And we've reached to the first water break as well. Was due possibly after this over.
Well, after the water break, we would have Thorne continuing. He picked up the wicket of Carty just before the water break, and Terence Ward replaces him. And he's off the mark immediately, driving up to cover. And Nando Fields going straight to Nando, and just a single. Another short delivery from Don, short lifting, but going down the onside. And Louis just ducked under. Young Thorne is a very aggressive character, very aggressive bowler that is. And he's not afraid to dig it in.
Certainly have something to work with. He's tall, he's well built, and he runs in hard.
Hits the pitch hard too. So Carlisle, you would have the female cricketers over there in Nevis for camp very shortly.
Camp starts tomorrow. And they will be doing some testing. I think they should be doing some yo-yo testing and so on from tomorrow, very first session. Have a good training schedule, and coaches Pernell Watley, Sly Daniel, Percy Daniel will be across and working with them. So we wish them all the best.
I saw I think she's from Canada, Saxena, I think her name is.
Played last year.
Yes, she played last year. I think she was
Got some good runs.
Was the leading run scorer for the Leewards.
And with less than 10 runs, she would have been up in the top 5.
So
she's a good player.
Well, she did tell me she's going to do even better.
Excellent.
This year. And, you know, she seems to be looking forward very much to this tournament. I think she does a bit of bowling also. But we are hoping that the Leeward Islands team do a lot better this year. They showed signs last year, but you know, I think they ended in the cellar position in both competitions. But Ward is defending. Carlisle, you will be happy to know that they seem to have been another 4 tourists. They're leaving now, though, looking at the game. This is
a good shot.
Yes.
Good shot by Terence Ward. Drove it straight down the pitch on the onside. Shanda Paul was making ground quickly to his left and went sprawling, but couldn't stop it. A very good shot by
And he comes in at number 4 in the Leeward Islands lineup. And I'm pretty certain he will be looking to get a good score here today to cement his position.
Batsmen must bat. They must get hundreds. They must get big scores.
Of course, I had a conversation with one former cricketer last evening, and he was saying that Terence Ward is not getting enough bowling. But I told him, well, he's a batsman who could bowl. And Terence Ward himself told me that he's predominantly a batsman. And he has been playing in the league in England, and he's been playing mainly as a batsman. And he's gotten runs as a batsman. So you are so correct, Carlisle, when you say that batsmen should make runs. And of course, bowlers too should get wickets. But, of course, we see young Edwards here. Young Edwards. Kyron is here now, so we would expect a couple of changes in the Leeward Islands team in the next round. That is why it is so important for people like Ward to make some runs. Better length there from Thorn.
Portion of his bat and onto his pads.
See a few more tourists coming into the grounds, Carlisle, and they're indeed taking photos. So obviously they're from a cricket playing country. But having said that, though, Carlisle, there's so many. There's a European League.
You would be very surprised as to how many countries are playing cricket. Even in our area, Central and South America, they're playing a lot of cricket.
I think there was some record in Brazil, I think, the other day. In terms of runs, can't recall at the moment, but there was some record, a team playing against a team. And I think it was a 2020 match. And if my memory serves me well, it could have been that that particular team scored over some 400 runs or something to that effect.
That's not cricket.
But it was very high scoring.
In the air, over the head of the bowler, there's a fielder at long off, so they'll just get a single. And Louis will move to 62. Safely. Lead by the Leewards is 283.
So the 300 lead beckoning.
Steered down to the third man boundary.
Steered.
And
looks more like an edge coming. Went up a bit, but in the, he kept it down well though. And it went between the keeper and that fielder, who's rather wide. This is the captain, Anderson.
This one is played down to third man, and Ward will move to 10. And the Leewards are 124 for 2.
Somehow I sense though, Carlisle, that the Leewards are looking to score as quickly as possible. They're not doing anything reckless at the moment, but they are capitalizing on any scoring opportunity. The running has been good between the wickets. We have seen shots over the top, and we have seen the deliberate placement of balls in order to pick up singles. So it's obvious that the Leewards, they're looking to advance the scoreboard as quickly as possible. And they certainly they would have put the Guyanese team under some pressure.
Adams, it looks like, who will come in to bowl now.
Louis has moved on to 62 and another 38 runs if he's to get to another 100.
Right?
Ball.
Definitely. And Ward was back and looking to make room to play it into the offside. Delivery which is short and sitting up saying help yourself. And that's exactly what Terence Ward did as he pulled it down forward of square and picked up a good boundary to take him on now to 14 and the Leeward.
Already under the cosh. And this is just a case of giving away runs.
Another single by Terence Ward. He's played it into the offside. And the stump's been broken, but he was safely home. He's now on 15. The Leeward's a 129 for 2.
Good return there by Thorne, direct hit. But of course, Ward safely home.
Not for the first time we've seen him score a direct hit.
Good strong arm.
Good single. That's good running. And they won't have any extras because at the far end, Terence Ward overshot the crease. But a single to Louis to take him on to 63. And the Leewards are 130 for the loss of 2 wickets. We're in day 3, session number 1 of day 3.
Understand Carlisle over at Connery, that games seems to be moving towards a quick end.
121 for 5 at Connery. And the Academy are still trailing the Red Force by 45 with 5 wickets remaining. Good, solid, powerful pull shot by Michael Louis. Delivery which was dropped in short by Thorne. And Louis was back and spanked it down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So he moves to 60.
No one in that area. In fact, there's just some 3 fieldsmen on the onside, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a long leg, so he cannot afford to err on the side of being too short. And this time he goes more to the plan, just outside the off stump. But as you earlier said, there seems to be a lot there to work with. Of course, he's an under 19 player. He looks the part. He seems to be aggressive. That one is a better delivery. Carlos seemed to have moved off the seam into the batsman, Louis. But passing probably just outside the off stump, and keeper taking well.
Good shot again by Mickey Louis. Just extending his arms and driving this one down to the left of the fielder at mid. One, and the Leeward's 138 for 2.
I think the slot there, and on about center and leg stump, and Louis drove straight, and this has been a feature of his batting. He seems to play the off drive very well, and he hits it rather straight at times, and times it well too.
300 leaders come up for the Leewards, now leading by 302 with 8 wickets in hand.
We have just under another 45 minutes or so to go before lunch, so they could very well be at about 350 at lunchtime if they continue to score at this rate. And the onus now is on Guyana to try and slow things down, try and cut this scoring rate down, because this has been a very brisk scoring rate so far. Leewards would have started at 52 for 1 from the overnight position. And if I do some quick maths, that's
another solid pull shot here from Louis. Another short delivery, and dismissed by Mickey Louis for 4 down to mid wicket. Takes him on to 70.
Directing your delivery outside the off stump or outside the leg stump. Batsmen nowadays, that's an easy shot. And I'm sure, Carlisle, you can remember the days when if a batsman played a shot across the line, you would have been saying that's a very bad shot. But not now.
I'm from an island where you had people like Collar Brown and Livingston Lawrence and Stuart Williams who loved to hook and pull and cut. And so this is the kind of bowling that they would have feasted on. Too short, and the pitch has played well. The bounce has been consistent. And so Louis has been playing those shots very, very effectively. What is surprising is that they have not put the man back.
Well, obviously, they would have been bowling to a particular plan, but probably Thorne is not sticking to that plan. But then again, he could walk up to his captain and tell his captain, well, I'm going to dig in a couple, and could you please grant me a man at deep mid-wicket?
Leewards have scored 90 in the session so far. And the current run rate has gone way past 4. It's now 4.3 per over. Single to Ward as he plays it into the offside to the left of the fielder coming from extra cover. And so he goes on to 16. The partnership is 30 from just 30 balls.
Yeah, so Leewards, they have kept the tempo up this morning. They have been scoring quickly, and it's obvious that they have gone out there with a particular plan. They have not allowed the Guyana bowlers to bog them down. You see Sinclair there warming up at short extra cover, so perhaps we might see him into the attack shortly.
Single again to Ward. Might have had the opportunity of a second because Shandapal backing up, it rebounded from him. But Ward has this penchant of running way past his crease. And so by the time he realized the opportunity, he would have had to run what? 30 yards instead of the 22?
Yes. And he could have easily had an extra run there. Adams giving it a bit of flight that time, no? Probably trying to induce a fall shot from the batsman.
Six again. This one even bigger than the first one. He again gave it generous flight. And Mickey Louis with these long levers grabbed the opportunity.
But Louis has rushed on to 82. And the possibilities becoming more and more real for another 100 by the young man, probably even before lunch.
Leeward's 151 for 2, having scored 99 runs in the session to date. Lead is now 315.
The Guyana team seems to be wilting on the pressure out there. And you could see from the body language of the players out there that they are feeling the pressure. It's a hot, sunny day here at Warner Park. And conditions that
Changing bowling from the far end. Looks like Sinclair.
yes, Sinclair, who was doing a bit of warming up just a while ago.
Was expensive in the first inning. Sent down 13 overs. He did pick up a wicket, but he went for 66 runs.
Yes, and he would be hoping to do a lot better today. But Carlisle, I noticed the Terence Ward seems to be a bit more aggressive today. Normally a rather obdurate batsman, but he seems to be playing a bit more shots today. Well, of course, the stage is set for that. And Leeward's well on top at this point, 152 for 2. Lead, of course, some 316 runs. They started the day with a lead of 216, which means they would have added some 100 runs in the day's play so far.
100 runs for 1 wicket. The coaches would take that any day of the week. This one is lapped into the onside. They'll just have a single, and the Louis will move to 83. The Leeward's 153 for 2.
This young man loves batting, Louis, and seems to be putting a price on his wicket.
Seems to be saying to the Leeward selectors, listen, when these contracts expire in June, my hands are up. I would like to see my name on a contract.
Certainly, and so far he has done a lot. Even in these 2 matches, he's done a lot to really warrant a contract. This has been excellent by the young man.
58, 113, 83 not out. And we're only in game 2 of the season. He is hoping that he continues in this rich vein and that he continues to make runs.
Well, they always tell you when you're in a purple patch, you must capitalize and make the most of it. And so far, he's doing that. But of course, yes, you would have to be consistent. You would have to continue.
Change of bowling from this end. Captain Anderson has said, listen, I'll come in and try my own luck.
I think this is the first time we've seen him in this match, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he didn't bowling the first inning. Medium pacer. Short. Played down to mid-off by Louis. And they'll get another run. 84 is Michael Louis. And the Leewards are 154 for 2. Leading by 318.
So perhaps going outside the box a bit here, Guyana, looking to buy a wicket probably. And they don't need a couple at this point. They're really under the gun.
Snick gone. He went at it, did Terence Ward hard, and it flew from the outer portion of the bat straight.
And so said, so done. He picked up that wicket of Terence Ward. But Hamilton replaces Ward at this point.
Hamilton scored a half century in the first inning. He got to 77. And I'm sure he as well, he snicked off, would be looking to get a good score. And this is a challenge, Earl. You said that Terence is favored for his batting over his bowling, but you can't keep getting starts and then getting out. Doesn't do your credentials any good whatsoever.
In fact, he only got to 18 in this innings. And like I said, with a couple of imminent changes in in the next match, he would not have done his case much good. But here's a man who's in some form to Hamilton, settling.
And getting off the mark with a single down to the wideish cover boundary. So the score moves on to 155 for 3. Louis, who is on 84, comes back to take strike.
You know, Carlisle, there's something about Hamilton that I like seeing when he's in full flow. There's a certain flair about him when he plays his shots. Well, the captain Anderson going wide again, but it worked for him in the over so far, so why not try it again? Louis is patient though, he's not going to fall for that bait.
Wide of the off stump again to Michael Louis to finish the over. Louis remains on 84, and the score for the Leewards now 155 for 3. Wickets picked up by Thorne, Permall, and Anderson.
We've had some 21 overs in the day split so far, Carlisle. I think we would have had
Correct.
Some 15 overs in the Leeward Islands innings yesterday afternoon.
Game at Keon, the academy, they have lost another wicket. They are 139 for 6. And so we're calling that for today.
Well, Keon is close to Connery, but you have to get to Connery first before you get
Connery,
to Keon.
beg your pardon.
Friend of mine from Nevis told me last year he was he in St. Kitts for a funeral, and he told me that some time ago, quick single here,
Easily in.
he told me, Carlisle, when he was making his way back, well, he thought he was making his way back to the pier to take the ferry, but he was heading up Newtown. And someone had to give him direction in the end, but he was heading in the wrong direction. Well, I told him, well, the deep water harbor is close by, so he might have been able to get a boat there.
Or he might have been going to Reggae Beach.
Well, you know, who knows?
Or the Sea Bridge.
Well, he certainly was very off.
Single to Michael Louis to move him on to 85. Leeward's 157 for 3. Losing the wickets of Kofi James for 14, Carty for 34, and Ward for 18.
Looking to paddle is one of his favorite shots. And they're probably brushing pad, who knows, but the appeal going up by the bowler, keeper and slip. Tries it again, Carlisle. So the captain, Anderson, continues. And he has picked up a wicket so far. He's in his second over, as a matter of fact. Picking up the wicket and conceding 2 runs in the first over he bowled. He gets a single down to long off. It's Cadogan. We have not seen Cadogan, one of the seamers in this guy in his team. We have not seen him for the morning.
Captain probably saying, listen, you are not doing it, I'll do it myself, and he has picked up a wicket. Wide of the off stump again, and Hamilton leaves it alone. And the thing is that Leewards have scored so fast this morning that they can afford to leave those wide deliveries alone.
Yes, certainly. This has been the ploy of the Guyanese bowlers, especially the seamers in particular. There we go again. Wide of the off stump.
Negative bowling, but well within the rules.
Well within the rules, but of course, if this was down the leg side, it would have been a different story.
And if it had been a white ball game, totally different story.
Definitely.
Good shot. But he'll only get a single because there's a sweep on the cover boundary. I don't know if you noticed, but Thorne has this attitude of just going down with one hand. He backs himself. He's confident that he'll get it. But if it were ever to pass that one hand and go past him, he will not look so good.
But exactly. He would look rather foolish. And no second line of defense, not really covering well.
Good shot again by Louis. Down to the field on the long off boundary. He goes to 87. Leeward's a 160 for 3, and they're getting an extra run. Not good cricket by the Guyanese. Thrown in from the outfield, went past the bowler and the captain. And so 2 runs to Louis when they really should have been 1. And so he'll move to 88 with that.
What has impressed me about the batting of the Leeward Islands this morning, Carla, is the fact that you can sense that they're looking for every scoring opportunity. They're looking to pick up runs, and they're looking to advance their score.
You wouldn't think that is the same team that was defeated so easily last week.
Definitely not. They in fact got bogged down at times, especially in that second innings, even in the first innings. But it's their second game, and perhaps most of the rust would have been rubbed off, if there's a case of rust at all. Because as you rightly said, it's a franchise now. The team is together, and they should be able to prepare properly for the first game. You heard Stuart Williams saying the other morning that he's an opening batsman, and he's always prepared to go and bat. And if you are in a franchise, you should be prepared to go and play that first match, regardless of the circumstances.
Steered away into the offside by Hamilton. Brings Shandapal from off the backward point boundary. They'll get a single. And he'll move to 4. The Leeward's 162 for the loss of 3 wickets. And the lead is 326.
Sinclair's been a bit tighter in the spell so far. We know that he was very expensive in the first innings, but in this particular spell, he has been a lot more accurate and bowled much better. In fact, he has bowled 4 overs for 7 runs. So he has been a lot tighter so far in this particular spell. So Hamilton driving that one outside the off stump. In fact, driving it down to long on and picks up a single. Oh, that one was very wide. Pretty close to being called wide, I'm certain. Very wide up the off stump. Good work by Anderson to his own bowling.
Louis gets a single to take him on to 89. Leeward's 164 for the loss of 3 wickets. And they're scoring at over 4 runs and over.
So we just have another 17 minutes or thereabout by my watch before the luncheon interval. Wide of the off stump again. And the question is whether or not we could get to his 100 if he gets there, or if you would have to agonize over another 100 at lunchtime.
At Connery, the Academy 153 for 6. Remember, they're up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force are still in front by 13 runs. The Academy, they have 4 wickets at the crease at the moment. Joshua James is on 20 and Carlon Bowen Tuckett is on 12. Top scores so far for them in this inning. We have 34 by August and 34 by Joseph. Louis is getting another single. And that single will move him to 90. And the Leeward's 165 for 3.
Louis, of course, is on 90 now. And we saw in the first innings he got to his 100 with a 6 and a 4. So will he do that again today?
Driving firmly is Hamilton. And getting a single to take him up to 6. Score 167 for 3. Good strike rotation. Louis on 90. Turns it into the onside. They'll have a single. And so he'll move to 91, does Mickey Louis. Started today on 37. Barbados Pride, having their pride dented. They're 109 for 7 and still trailing the Volcanoes by 2 runs with 3 wickets remaining. And so, unless you have some serious batting, that could be a game over in day 3. Barbados, remember, first time around 214. Volcanoes replied with 325. This one is turned into the onside. They go through for a quick single. And they'll have it as well. So at the end of the over, Leeward's 168 for the loss of 3. And Mickey Louis on 91. And with him at the crease is Jama Hamilton. Now 109 for 8 Barbados. And they're still... They are still trailing the Windwards by 2 runs. Barbados 109 for 8. Seems like the last batsman to go, that of Holder, who was bowled by John. Caught Milius, bowled by John for no score. Primus is on 11. New batsman will join him sometime soon. But Barbados trailing by 2 runs. And they're struggling. 109 for 8. Back here at the Warner Park, the umpires are having a discussion and looking at the ball. Don't know if they have the equipment so that they'll check to see if the ball has lost its shape or anything. But I can tell you that with just about 11 minutes left to lunch, the Leewards have scored 100, and we make that 116 runs today. And so they have done so at a good rate as well. They're now scoring at 4.11 runs and over, and leading by 332. But the story of the morning so far has been this solid, impressive knock by Mickey Louis. He has followed his 113 in the first inning and his 91 in the second inning.
Of course, many would be wishing him and urging him on, hoping that he would get to this other landmark. But Anderson continues wide of the off stump once more.
Anderson has picked up 1 for 8 from his 3 overs before this.
Outside the off stump once more, that delivery. But Hamilton is not tempted into that shot. And what we are seeing really is some negative bowling here by Anderson, the captain of the Guyana's team. Probably trying to restrict the scoring rate.
Earl, there's a serious battle on for first innings points in the Jamaica versus combined campuses and colleges game. Remember, the colleges made 307. Jamaica, 297 for 8.
That certainly could be a very close one there. In the meantime, Gully was put in place. There are 2 slips. And he continues to go wide, and Hamilton is not tempted. This has been very negative bowling here by Anderson. And I guess he would tell you that he's achieving his objective, which is to prevent the Leeward Islands from getting runs. This time he gets it closer to the stumps. In fact, just on about off stump. Might have surprised Hamilton a bit. He might have not have been expecting one. And he goes back to wide of the off stump once more. And through it goes to the keeper. So Hamilton not being tempted by these wide deliveries. And at this point, very much of a stalemate here between Anderson and Hamilton as the over comes to an end. And of course, when you look back at Anderson's figures in years to come, you would say that he had a very tight spell. We're not showing the records, of course, that he was hiding the ball outside the off stump. Single to Louis. Louis moves on to 92. Hamilton is defending. Of course, we are approaching lunch on the third day of this match. Hamilton gets an easy single down to square leg. Scoreboard showing Louis on 92. And score showing 91.
Our score here is also showing 168. The scoreboard is showing 171.
But Louis takes a single. And we'll take him on to probably 93, but we'll get that sorted out in a while. And this one is paddled down to the long leg boundary by Hamilton for 4. Delivery a bit too straight there by Sinclair. And just paddled around the corner down to the boundary for 4. So 4 more to the score. Scoreboard is showing 176. And Hamilton would have moved on to 12. But we'll get some confirmation on the score in a while. Anderson continues to bowl outside the off stump. ball going through to the keeper. So Anderson has two slips of gully. There's a backward point, cover, short, mid-off. You also have a long on. So approaching lunch on the third morning.
And this is where the discipline of Michael Louis will come in. He knows that the captain will not declare with him short of 100. I'm saying that to say that he should be prepared, unless he sees deliveries that he can score from, to go into lunch and come back out to bat. Because he should be looking past 100.
Of course, we are just a couple minutes away from the luncheon interval.
They're testing his patience, and he's batting very well.
Anderson, for most parts, has been outside the off stump, wide of the off stump. The experienced Hamilton goes down. I have a few words with Michael Louis. But Louis has shown good patience
And good character.
certainly for a 23-year-old.
And not just that, Earl. To get 100 in your first inning and not relax and come back and bat with the discipline that he has shown says a lot about him.
He loves batting, and he puts a very high price on his wicket. But Anderson trying to buy another wicket. In fact, he certainly did buy Casey Carty's wicket.
Two more to him to take him on to 95, and the Leeward's 177 for the loss of 3 wickets.
The thing about Louis too is that when he sees a ball there to be hit, he's going to hit it. And even though we are approaching lunch on the third day, who knows, this probably could be the last over before lunch.
Isn't that the way that the Sinkits opening batsmen have done well? Ricky Basso, it was there to hit, he hit it. Luther Kelly, you didn't have to tell him twice.
That definitely shotgun Luther Kelly.
But this has been good discipline by the Leewards, leading in this game by 341 runs.
In fact, I would have thought that by lunchtime they might have had a lead of some 350. But of course, we have seen quite a bit of negative bowling by Anderson, thus restricting the scoring. So it's obvious Hamilton has now in the clock. He's defending.
And Jamaica, they have picked up first innings points. Combined Campus is made 307. They are now, Jamaica are now 308 for 9. Barbados 121 for 9. Two deliveries left before lunch in the game. The Leewards against Guyana. Leeward's 177 for 3 and leading by 341. Hamilton is on 12. The Academy 167 for 7 at lunch. And here's a delivery which is played quietly back down the track by Jamal Hamilton. And he doesn't wait. He turns and he walks away towards the pavilion. He knows that at lunch that his team has done well. The Leewards, with a lead of 341 over Guyana, are 177 for 3. But the feature of this morning has been the inning of Michael Louis. He's on 95 not out at lunch. And we remind you that in the second inning of his very first-class game, he scored 58. Followed it up in the first inning of this game with 113 and is now 95. Solid knock by the young man. And we're back with you from Warner Park in St. Kitts. We're getting ready for play after lunch. At lunch, the Leewards had pushed on. Remember, overnight they were 57 for the loss of 2 wickets. And for the loss of 1 wicket. And they have pushed on to 177 for the loss of 3 wickets. Jamal Hamilton is there on 12. And he's a non-striker. Michael Louis, who is having a fantastic game, he's on 95. He will be taking strike. And we see a change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's Cadogan, and he'll be bowling up to Louis.
Field flung far and wide though. Backward point on the boundary, there's a long leg. Long on, long off, but not too certain if I would agree with the tactics of the Guyana's captain Anderson, a man on 96 looking to get another 100 right after lunch. You would have thought that they would have applied more pressure to the batsman rather than giving him some easy singles.
Well, they have persisted with the tactic of bowling wide. Good drive by Louis into the offside, running the first run fast. And they'll have a second run. Jamal Hamilton is a good runner. The stumps has been struck, but Carl Tuckett is right there, perfectly placed, and says not out because Hamilton driving pleasantly into the offside is Louis. They'll have another couple. Louis wants it. Louis wants it. They're coming back for the third run and they get that too. So he's on 100. Michael Louis. Second time in this game he has reason to celebrate.
Well, I'll tell you something. Hamilton seems to be enjoying it more than Louis.
Absolutely. And Hamilton was the batsman with him when he got his first 100.
Yes. And
so we see a repeat.
Yes, certainly. Hamilton. Batsman to be batting with at that time. Very astute cricketer. Solid batsman also.
Well, people all over St. Kitts and the Leeward should be celebrating because we have Michael Louis came in to open the batting this year, got 113 in the first inning. And came back and got 100. He's not out on 100.
This must be some sort of record, Carlisle. I guess we'll have to do some.
The records will show that people in previous first-class games have made 100 in each inning. I don't know who have made it in their second game.
Exactly. So this must be some sort of record.
Well, I'm sure that the people who have the information will post something. But around the region, from Guyana to Jamaica, people and sports reporters, they will be writing and they will be speaking about the exploits of Michael Louis.
And he certainly has made the Kittitians very proud, especially those of divisions, of course. He plays for highlights in Nevis. So the whole federation would be happy for the young man.
Delivery which is wide of the off stump. Jama Hamilton didn't have to play, but he did. He was beaten, went through, and at the end of the over, we can tell you that the lead was 182 for 3, or 46 overs, leading by 346 runs. But the story of the day and the story of the match must be about Michael Louis. 100 not out in the second inning, and it only took him 129 balls.
Yes, very fantastic, very fine knock indeed by the young man. And I'm pretty certain that the whole of the Leewards, not just the federation, would be happy for the young man. And we do congratulate him. I know his father would be looking on quite keenly. He keeps very much up to date. And he too would be over the moon with this innings, this follow-up innings, I should say.
And the pictures brought to you, of course, by Cricket 360. I've been getting some very good compliments from my friends flung from England to the United States to Canada, who are pleased with the coverage. Driving is Louis, down to long off, and we'll get a single. 101. What a game for the young man.
Yes, what a game. And you know, there's another brother, you know, Kyle, another Louis brother who is very good too. I think he's a batsman also. And he's a pretty good player also.
Hamilton is sweeping, struck on the pads, given out LBW.
That is so he's too pleased with that one. But the finger of him. Seemed to have pitched on to me.
It did.
And turned in slightly.
And we do not have the review system.
The important thing there was the way the ball was pitching.
In line.
And it seemed to be pitching in line to me. And it was not going down leg. So, not in my opinion, not a bad decision there by umpire Ramdani. So Hamilton goes right after lunch.
Leeward's 183 for 4. Joel Andrew comes to the crease.
This time he keeps his first delivery on the ground. Remember in the first innings he would have hit a full toss to cover. He's defending. And if I was Sinclair, Carlisle, I would have bowled a full pitch delivery with him first up. He's looking for his first run. So the over comes to an end. And it's 183 for 4.
Leeward's leading by 347.
But Louis still there. He's on 101. And once he's there, we could expect the runs to come very quickly because he too has had a decent run rate. He's scoring. Well, in fact, his 101 run came up in 130 deliveries, which is a fairly good clip. Carlisle, one of your favorite boats going into the harbor. It's out of sight now. You seem to have a keen eye for those boats.
And we probably see maybe 50% of the boat traffic from Nevis, because we don't see the traffic from Orly Beach into Reggae Beach or into Park Hyatt or the Sea Bridge heading into the Sea Bridge landings.
Quite a bit of boat traffic there. Mark contrast to years gone by.
Good shot by Louis. Drop short, and he spanked it down to the wide long on boundary for 4. 6 in fact. And so when he goes big, Louis.
Oh yes, and it's just the fact that once he gets a bad delivery, he puts it away.
His percentage of scoring from those has been really high.
In fact, someone analyzed his 100 and they said about 70 of his runs came in boundaries. That 113.
Again hung outside the off stump, and again he shows good discipline and leaves it alone.
Which is just over 70% of his runs coming from boundaries.
I haven't heard from my friend Vernon Springer in a while, but he must be grinning from ear to ear.
Of course, we would like to say good afternoon to Vernon Springer. Very hard working man. And Vernon Springer, of course, would have had a lot to do with the under 13 cricket here in St. Kitts. And they would have, as was said the other day, you had people like Brathwaite playing here.
Nice firm drive by Louis. Out to extra cover. He'll get a single. Takes him on to 108. And Leeward's 189 for 4. The lead is now 353. As you look in the distance and you see the might possibly be the 12:30 ferry from Charlestown coming into Bastille. Just a little 30-minute trip over. Had a nice little chat this morning with the match referee when he came to the ground, and he said, "I'm enjoying your commentary. I didn't realize that you know Guyana that well." But you haven't told us that Carl Tuckett is from Nevis. You're doing all the ads, but you haven't yet advertised Carl Tuckett from Nevis.
He must have not. He probably was not listening at that time, because he would have heard you mention him, of course.
He's a nice fellow, Ryan King.
Oh,
Has
yes,
been
yes.
around for a while.
Yes.
And has been a match referee for a good while as well. Looking forward to seeing him on the international circuit.
Yes. Are there any match referees trained in Nevis, Carlisle?
No.
Has there ever been any thought of getting folks involved? We have one umpire, Carl Tuckett, who's doing quite well.
Run to Louis to take him to 109. See, part of the challenge with not having first-class cricket in Nevis is that some people who would otherwise have been engaged lose interest.
Yes.
And so the match referees wouldn't have any jobs to do unless they're involved in matches which are played in St. Kitts.
Well, that is true. And of course, we have had scorers from Nevis involved in matches here.
And Latoya Busu is at Connery.
Exactly. And, well, mainly female scorers, of course. I notice nowadays we have more female scorers than male scorers. Hardly any male scorers nowadays.
Andrew is still looking for his first run, and he's facing up to Sinclair. Lee was 191 for 4.
The young man seems to be bent on getting a good knock this time. But if I was Sinclair, I certainly would have tempted him with a full
Gets his first run now, drives it down to long on, and so he will be entered in the scorebook this time with at least a run to his name. He's on 1. Leeward's 192 for 4.
Would be a much happier man at this point.
Turned into the onside. They're through for a single and will come racing back for the second run. Again, that's good awareness and good running by the Leewards. Louis goes to 111. 2
young men out there, of course. Andrew, an under-19 player. And Michael Louis, just 23 years old. So, good young legs. And they're getting back quickly for the single, but the running though for the Leeward Islands in this match so far, the running between wickets has been excellent. And in this innings in particular, they certainly have really looked for fumbles by the fielders, and they've really been aggressive in their running.
My memory tells me that there's been a change in the batting order in the second inning. I believe Andrew came before Hamilton.
Yes, I would want to think so also, but we could have a look at that.
You're not missing any play because the third umpire is running out on the field with his briefcase of balls. I suppose that the ball has some damage, and so it's likely that it will be changed. Leeward's 194 for the loss of 4 wickets. Michael Louis on 111, following up with his 113 in the first inning. And with him is Joel Andrew on 1. Lead 358.
Yes, he in fact came in ahead of Hamilton. Came in at number 5. Hamilton came in at number 6. And the captain Cornwall at 7. So as usual, you're on the ball, Carlisle.
Memory is still with me. So the way I talk about the Sea Earl, I'm sure you're aware that by now that I love sailing.
Yes, I've realized that.
Strangely enough, I was an airport manager for 20 years who just loved the sailing. Had a nice long trip with Captain Prince Mills, delivering a boat from St. Kitts down to Grenada. Took us all of 28 hours.
Oh, that's nearly 27 and a half hours too long and see for me.
It's pitch wide of the off stump. And Andrew leaves it alone. My longest round trip with Captain Mills was from Nevis to St. Croix, across to Tortola, back up to Nevis. Just a mere 38 hours.
I'm not in that. I know I went with Captain Mills to St. Martin and back twice, and that was probably a 3.5 hour trip. And it was not one of the most pleasant trips. Of course, I'm accustomed to the sea, so I did not feel too badly, but others did not. But I swear that the second trip I took was the last one I'll be taking on board to those parts. Of course, you know, there are challenges like the Statia Channel when you get out of St. Kitts, and some experience. You know, it's like the boat was climbing a mountain and then dropping into a valley.
Andrew is flashing at the delivery outside the off stump. Back foot didn't come across. He missed it. Didn't take an edge, and so he's safe to live again. Well, I'll surprise you by telling you that in 1 week during the Christmas period, I must have made the trip with Captain Mills 2 or 3 times. In a week.
In a week. In a week. That's not my kettle of fish. I went the first time for the experience, and then I went back a second time. But that's more than enough for me.
Andrew is playing this one better. He leaves it alone, and there is no chance of a run.
Yes, and the young man Andrew, he has just picked up his first run. And we saw him dabbling at one outside the off stump in the over so far. But I guess his nerves would have settled a bit. Louis had some words with him. And he will be looking to get a bit of a score under his belt here this afternoon. There's still a lot of time left in this match. We're just back after lunch. And we would have had just maybe about some 35 minutes play so far.
Very well left by Andrew. It's a learning process, and he's a youngster. And every single one of these opportunities should be used as a learning experience for him.
I see someone on the western end of the ground. I don't have my glasses, but it could very well be Louis' father. Not too certain.
Very well left. End of the over, 194 for 4, the Leewards.
So 194 for 4. And Guyana, Happy Eagles, been able to keep things fairly quiet so far. And of course, there's nothing like a wicket or two to keep things quiet. But Louis Day is solid still. And he has gone on to 111, a score which would have umpire David Shepherd on one leg. .358 runs ahead Carlisle. And Guyana, they're taking their time moving around in the field, and probably looking to slow it down. And by doing so, of course, slow down the scoring rate, slow down the tempo of the batsman.
Change of bowling from the far end. Looks like the captain, Anderson.
Well, he picked up a wicket before lunch, but that was the wicket of Carty that was handed to him on a platter. And he was very negative with his bowling before lunch, just hanging it wide of the off stump for virtually every delivery.
I think you're going to see much more of the same because they have taken another fielder from the onside and placed him on the offside.
Looks like there's just one on the onside. He's Louis flashing. But what the Guyana team would not want to do at this point is to give up too many runs and give them up quickly. But this is really a packed offside field, Carlisle.
10 persons, well,
9.
you have to say 8 minus the bowler and the keeper. Just a single player on the onside. That's down at long on.
Louis flashing, and obviously Louis is looking to get some quick runs at this point. Time, as you rightly said before lunch, is also a factor. It's a good batting track. And how much time the Leewards would think that they would need to bowl out Guyana? What lead would they think they are safe with? Some would tell you at this point that 358 runs should be enough. But of course, the batting points comes into consideration. So the Leewards would be looking to get past 400.
Louis has lost it momentarily because he's now swinging directly across the line. Previously, we have seen him hit that shot straight back over the bowler's head. And this is where the experience comes in. Somebody like a Jamal Hamilton would have been there to say to him, take it easy, you can wait, you'll get the bad deliveries.
Well, he allows this one through. And the over comes to an end. The Guyana fielders moving around rather slowly. There's no sense of urgency, of course, they're up against it. Just saw Thorne just greeting his under 19 teammate Joel, probably wishing him well. The usual dabbing of our wrist taking place.
Back of a length, Andrew was driving, still not getting that right foot across and missing.
Carlisle, I looked at some of the tests between Australia women and South Africa women last night, and Australia piled on the runs after bowling out South Africa for 76 in the first innings, and now South Africa has to make a mere 500 runs. To win. Not to win.
Oh, to make them bat
to
again.
make them bat again. That's a massive. I think one Australia batter got a double 100 in quick time. I think it was Sutherland who picked up that double 100. And of course, New Zealand in that second test put the South African men's team away. They had to score 267 runs to win that match, and they got it with the loss of just some 3 wickets. All 3 wickets going to the off spinner Pied.
Williamson getting another 100.
Yes, so
Good shot by Andrew. This one will race across the backward point boundary for 4. Very well played.
lovely shot indeed by the young man. And he would be very happy with his first boundary.
Compares quite favorably to the amount of cricket that was played in past years. You have to take into account nowadays, Earl. And I should clarify that. I mean, in terms of our players, you spoke about international cricket. We didn't play as much international cricket, but the series were longer. You have series now which are, what, 2 and 3 matches to make up a series?
Well, except you're one of the big 3.
And certain series you play 5.
Yes, India, England now locked in a 5-match series.
Australia, England.
Australia and England, the Ashes is a 5-match series. And the bigger 3, of course, with the bigger purse and the bigger share. They get 5. But when you look back at the history of Test cricket, though, West Indies has contributed a lot to the development of cricket in these countries. West Indies, in fact, I would say that, we have actually helped to build cricket in these countries, because the West Indies team was one of the most sought after team in international cricket. Up to this day, they're still well sought after. But yet, as we would say, the smaller territories, they're getting the dirty end of the stick. But there's really a lot of cricket going on around the world, and it creates opportunities for a lot of players to earn a living. And we see a number of our Caribbean players in different leagues all over the world, and certainly getting good opportunities.
That's good. You want the players to earn. Your life as a sportsman really goes to 40.
40. Well, maybe now with the, fitness level of some of these players nowadays, being exposed to proper training. That's a lovely shot from the young man, but no run. Of course, we have the 2020 World Cup coming up here, Caribbean in June. But he's driving nicely, Carlisle.
Straight to the fielder.
Well, it's a very packed offside field here. 2 slips a gully, a backward point. You could say a man at point, cover point, and there's a orthodox cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Very packed offside field, just one on the on. So very difficult for young Joel Andrew to pace that field. It has been good, very good so far. As we look out to the north of us, there are some clouds, but very white clouds, fluffy white clouds. Oh, this is a good shot.
Good shot. Very good shot. Pitched up to him, Joel Andrew, and he launched into the drive and went one bounce down to the boundary for 4. So he gets his second boundary, moves. Lead by the Leewards is 363.
$199 for 4. Approaching.
Isn't that the second boundary by Andrew?
Yes, it is. It certainly has more than 5 runs.
Score should be 203.
Well, the scoreboard has 203 and Andrew on 9. That's on the scoreboard.
Oh, they haven't yet scored the last ball in the over. Our scorers here for the computer. That's why they're trailing. But the scoreboard is correct. Good delivery by Cardogan. Louis came down on it and blocked it effectively.
Louis seemed to have resettled. A couple overs ago, he was flashing at wide deliveries and seemed to have resettled. I don't know if his father, who was on the sidelines a while ago, would have shouted something to him. But certainly, he has resettled at this juncture.
Driving into the onside, quick single. They get through easily, so he gets his equal highest score. Michael Louis goes on to 113.
And I'm certain he would be looking to go well beyond that 113 today. Carlisle, that one was a high full toss from Cardogan, but defended there by Andrew.
This is good for Andrew Earl. Spend some time at the crease and get accustomed to batting for long periods.
Well, obviously, he knows something about occupying the crease.
And there was a mix-up between Andrew and Mickey Louis. He saw him 204 for 4. Louis survives. He's 113. Joel Andre is a 9.
Of course, Louis' back being turned to the field of Chandler Paul, he certainly would have trusted his partner's call. But Andrew almost selling him down the river. But Chandler Paul, I thought he hesitated. He picked up and he did not try to release the ball immediately. And probably not too confident that he would have hit either. And he gave Louis enough time to get back into his crease. He had to be diving to get past the popping crease and get home safely. But of course, had Chandler Paul picked up and released immediately, Louis could have been in some trouble. And he
gets a boundary from an edged. He was playing at a wide delivery, went between himself and the stumps to the left of the diving keeper. But it translates into 4 runs for Mickey Louis to take him to 117.
French cut, of course, but it went past the stumps, and in the end, the result favored Louis.
Another run to Louis, 118. And the Leewards are on 209 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Andrew's looking to play a few shots here. But he has to be careful. So another single to Louis, playing it down to wideish long off. And he moves on to 119. And Andrews on 10 comes into strike. 211 for 4.
Andrew is given a chance. Cut hard to the fielder there at Gully. He jumped. $213 for the loss of 4.
Yes, it really took the fingertips of Sinclair, who is stationed at Gully, and he really flashed hard at that one. And when they say when you're going, go hard, and Pomal did some good work down there on the third man boundary and prevented the ball from going across the ropes. So just 2 runs to Joel Andrew.
Single to Louis to take him to 120, and it's 214 for 4.
Not a very hot day, Carlisle, but in my neck of the woods, last evening very cold, and as I traveled to Bastia, you could see evidence of dew on the grass that would have fallen during the course of the evening. And perhaps yesterday morning what I was seeing on the grass was some dew.
Pleasantly guided by Joel Andrew, past the diving figure there at Gully and down to the third man boundary for 4. And so he picks up another boundary, goes on to 16.
Third boundary in this innings of 16 so far. Now you see the fielder from slip being placed back on the third man boundary, rather fine. And Andrew's driving straight back, probably coming from the inner portion of the bat. Not really finding the middle that time. Not a pleasant shot, but this time straight to extra cover. It's fielded by the captain Anderson. So once more, the youngster can't score. It would be interesting to see Thorne bowling to young Joel Andrews. Of course, 2 recently being teammates in that under-19 World Cup. It is a slow delivery, right up in the block hole. And Andrew had to come down in it. A good delivery there by Cadogan. Carlisle senior son has arrived and definitely would be available for the next match. Kyron Powell, of course.
Yes, he has arrived, minus his gear bag. His journey took him from London to Paris to St. Martin to St. Kitts. Came in last evening, still trying to locate his gear bag.
That journey almost sounded like your 38-hour trip down to the Virgin Isles, down to the Windward Islands. But much of a journey, I must say. But Chandler Paul, though, it seems as though there's no mango season in Guyana. He does not have a very accurate throw. He has been missing the stumps. And going up Carlisle, I had a very strong, good throwing arm, very good accurate throw. And I think that developed as a result of stoning mangoes in Nevis.
And coconuts.
And coconuts too, yes. Ploy continues wide of the off stump, very wide. That's so probably about a 9th stump line. So we're talking 3 sets of stumps. And again. So Anderson, the captain, has been very negative indeed, before lunch and after lunch. And who knows, one of these days, we might see some restriction being applied to such bowling outside the off stump in further cricket. In the air and caught.
Too easy. Too easy. Test the patience of the young man. Just pitch it wide, and then bring leading in front of him was not to the pitch of the ball and hit it airborne. And that's too easy a way to get out Joel Andrew. He's much better than that. I'm sure we're going to see more of him in the future.
Yes, certainly. Certainly a young man with immense potential. We see much more of him, but as you said, suckered into that shot. And seemed to have been a slow delivery to Carlisle. He seemed to have held it back a bit. Going wide up the off stump and then attacking the stumps. Anderson, and he has picked up his 2nd wicket.
We're having a water break, and the score here at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands, they are at 219 for 5. 56 overs have been completed by Guyana. And just losing the wicket of Joel Andrew, who was out to Anderson for 17. So the Leewards have lost Kofi James for 14, Carty for 34, Ward for 18, Hamilton for 12, and Andrew for 17. Not out at the crease is Mickey Louis on 120. And it has been such a solid, important inning from Mickey Louis, following up his 113 in the first inning and showing that he has good appetite for batting. still get a good shot. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay.
Louis reaching at the wide one that time.
Pleasant drive by Louis. Goes through the fielder at short extra cover, and they'll get a single. So he moves on to 121, does Louis. And down on the far western side, some ladies. I think those are players from Antigua who have come in from the Leeward, for the Leeward Islands female camp. Taking a look at the game.
Yes, and probably picking up a few tips here and there.
Well, if they pick up a tip from Louis that you can score heavily, that would be an important tip.
Of course, it's a one-day affair they would be engaged in initially. 50 over affair. But nevertheless, 50 overs is quite a lot of time in which to bat. And last year in the female tournament, we saw a lot of the games not going the full distance. In fact, I would be surprised if I look at the records, if I have a look back at the records, if any team last year, well, I think Barbados would have done so at one point when one of the Knight sisters got 100. I think they would have scored in excess of 200. I think they would have gotten to 300. But apart from that, none of the teams really batted their 50 overs throughout the tournament last year. So, and 50 over is a long time to bat. You can build an innings. So, how long is this camp expected to last, Carlisle?
I think it's a week.
A week, okay. And the tournament starts on March the 4th, which is not too far away. Any practice games planned for
Yes,
the
definitely.
ladies? And I'm speaking of not just among themselves, not just selecting two teams, but it would be good to either pit them against maybe a youth team, the youth male team, for example,
Good shot by Michael Louis. Pitched up to him and he just spanked it straight back over the head of the bowler and picked up a lovely boundary. So he moves on to 121.
Should a vacant mid-off position. But they always say when you're in a purple patch, you should try to cash in as much as possible. And Louis certainly cashing in today. But we do look forward to the women's tournament. I do enjoy watching female cricket, whether it's on TV or live.
There are actually 3 warm-up games, Earl. I'm looking through the schedule and I noticed that there are warm-up games against the Windward Islands women.
That's interesting. So the Windward Islands women,
they're due to come to St. Kitts early.
Early, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Of course, the Windward Islands, they would have a number of players who would have made it onto the West Indies team. You have Joseph, Afi Fletcher, for example. There's young Zadia James and a couple of other players from the Windward Islands team that at some point or the other would have made it onto a West Indies team. So they're not a bad team by any means. And certainly a good team for the Leeward Islands women to warm up against.
Lead is now 390. Hayden Walsh is on 126 to Michael Louis.
Interesting to see Hayden Walsh going ahead of the captain though. But I suspect he's sent there to do a job. He has the ability to clear the boundaries. He has the ability to score quickly also. Wide again. This is really negative cricket from the captain of the Guyanese team. But it has paid dividends for him so far, and he's picked up 2 wickets. Nevertheless, the lead is still 390. Wide of the off stump once more. This time he's on target, and Louis going through for the run. Initially, Hayden Walsh Jr. was not responding. The ball went past Adams at short extra cover and went into the deep. And in the end, the single was easily taken.
West Indies Cricket Academy in their second inning, 224 for 9. Carlon Boyne Tuckett is on 46. And his mom, Sonia Boyne Tuckett, must be very pleased.
Well, we'll relay the news out to his dad.
No, we won't tell him. He'll find out when he comes off.
Yes, he certainly would find out, because I'm pretty certain when he gets off, he's going to try and check on the scores. Of course, he would have a vested interest in his son.
Delivery which is played down into the offside. Wide of the fielder coming across from long off. And they'll have a single. And so Walsh will double his score to 2. And the score moves up now to 228 for the loss of 5 wickets at Leewards. And the lead continues to grow.
So it's good to see the academy fighting back, though. Being able to get past 200 and with 1 wicket to go down.
They've been bowled out. 224 the academy, leaving Carlon Boyne Tuckett not out on 46. And so they score in the first inning. The academy 163. And Trinidad and Tobago, they responded with 329. 1 game already completed in this round. Barbados getting their pride dented and losing.
We have seen the fielder leaving the field. Kyle Sanka has replaced that fielder. It looked like James leaving the field to me. I'll get some confirmation, but Sanka is down on the backward point boundary. Substitute fielder, of course. Stephen Sanka. And we would be seeing a bowling change from this media center, and also Ali Mohammed comes into the attack. And they're taking their time about placing the field. As a matter of fact, Pamal has had quite a bit to do with the field placing here. So we see 2 slips, so third man back on the boundary. Point back on the boundary, cover, extra cover, wideish long off. And this one is wide of the off stump. And initially, Hayden Walsh Jr. going across as if he had designs on lapping that one or flicking it over his head. And in the end, he pulled out and allowed it through to the keeper. And on the onside is just a short mid-wicket and long on. So lots of defensive tactics here by the Guyanese team. Walsh is across, going across the off stump and looking to dab this one into the offside. So tactics are obvious for the Guyana team. So, Carl, back to the female game. So, where would the Windward Islands team be camping?
Leewards will be camping in Nevis. Good shot by Walsh. Struck firmly down to the straight boundary for 4. He goes up to
over the long off position. It was in the air, but it was a good shot for runs.
lead is 396.
Approaching 400, of course. Oh, that should be a wide. Will it be signaled? I'll have to have a look at that. But that certainly went outside the return crease. I guess the umpire is saying that the batsman moved, but that certainly was outside the Returns crease almost outside the cut strip.
Almost a no ball.
Almost a no ball. So would be good to have a look at that again. It was not signaled by umpire Tuckett.
Good shot again. It's down to the field at long off. They'll get a single. And the score is now 233 for the loss of 5 wickets.
But it would be nice to have a look at that delivery again. As Louis comes in to strike. I don't think that was the delivery though, Carlisle.
Another message goes out to the players in the middle. There's a pair of gloves. Neither seem to be interested in the gloves. So they probably are getting a message from the dressing room.
Declaration probably coming soon. You have another over to bat. Let's take it to 420. And you would expect that sort of message at this point.
.397 is the lead. Michael Louis is on 127, but it's Walsh who is facing and getting a delivery which is pitch wide, and he just allows it to go through for the keeper.
Guyana though taking a rather lengthy time to set their field.
47 overs remaining in the day's play, plus 90 tomorrow. Good catch there by the bowler Anderson. Hit firmly by Walsh, but it went straight back to the bowler.
So he has picked up his 3rd wicket in this inning so far.
And Jeremiah Louis comes to the crease. So the Leewards looking for a few more runs here.
But one would think that the captain Cornwall would be the best man in this situation. We know he's not going to take the singles, but he gives it a good thump.
So it suggests that they are quite content to bat out a few more overs and not just look for quick runs.
Certainly, but the message went out. Louis coming in at number 8, which would suggest that Cornwall would be coming in at number 9. And sometimes the tactics seems a bit strange to me, but they know best. And you could be correct. They might be looking to bat out a few more overs. And but we just have to wait and see.
But did we see Louis and Louis batting together in the first inning? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
is off the mark with a single. And as the score moves on to 234 for the loss of 6 wickets, the Leewards.
It's Jeremiah, of course.
The lead is 398.
So who do you think is the senior partner out there?
Oh, no question about it. There's a man out there with 127. And he'll be saying to his younger brother, to his older brother, you are senior in age, I'm senior in runs. Nice straight drive, and they'll have a single because their fielders down at long on and long off, and the long on runs around and prevents this from being more than one. So Michael Louis goes up to 128, and the lead is now 399 for the Leewards.
Seems as though Michael was suggesting to his older brother that he needs to speed it up a bit when he's running between the wicket. I just saw him gesture towards him.
.400 lead for the Leewards as Jeremiah Louis gets his second run.
So, a notable landmark there for the Leeward Islands. And could very well
good second run, good run in between the Louis brothers as Michael Louis gets 2. And that will push his score now to 130. And the Leewards are leading by 402.
seems to be a very fit young man. Michael Louis has been out there sometime. He had a long knock in the first innings. And yet, he's still out there going. His energy level seems to be up. And in partnership with his brother, will be looking to propel the scoring rate here for the Leeward Islands. These two would have played a lot of cricket together, a lot of backyard cricket, and even division cricket here in St. Kitts together. So they would know each other quite well.
Today is the birthday of one of our West Indian great fast bowlers, Michael Holding. Bowled on court, Louis. Michael Louis just coming forward, not quite to the pitch of the ball, and hitting it back in the air. And that is Ali Mohammed taking the catch. And so he has to go, Michael Louis, with his personal.
This has been a remarkable feat by the young man. In fact, Poman now goes up to him and has some kind words and shake hand. But certainly This has been a magnificent performance by the young man, getting 200 in only second regional match. Philip goes, Archibald goes out now, and we are yet no Cornwall.
Or he might be saying that he's looking forward to a long bowl, and so let the others bat.
Yes, certainly. Well, there's a school of thought too, is that they might be thinking in terms of getting quick singles, and he might not be the best person for this situation, but certainly makes up by scoring boundaries.
Well, Earl, I wanted 400, and the lead is past 400. So as far as I'm concerned, that's enough for me.
Yes, and we go back to the time factor. Enough time to bowl out Guyana. Cannot assume that they would run through the Guyanese batting a second time around. It's a good batting track.
As Archibald gets off the mark with a single, driving it down to long off, score goes to 240. 240 for the loss of 7 wickets, and the lead is 404.
I'm pretty certain players like Shanja Paul would be looking to dig in and get a good score. He's short of runs, so you would probably see this as an opportunity to get some runs under his belt. So that one was in there down to third man, but dropping short of the fieldsman, and just a single to Archibald. So Anderson, he has been having an extended spell, and he has picked up 3 wickets so far, 3 for 33. From 11 overs.
And maybe he would be harboring thoughts of a fifer.
That's quite possible. With some 7 wickets down. And probably this is a good time to bowl also, when the batsman might be thinking in terms of getting quick runs. Field flung far and wide. Wide-ish long off, mid-wicket, long on, backward point, third man all back on the boundary. And the tactics continue, wide of the off stump. Archibald is playing it like a batsman, steering it into the offside up to cover point for an easy single. So Carlisle started telling me about the Leeward Islands camping in Nevis. And I also asked you if you know exactly where the Windward Islanders are camping.
Have no idea. I know they're coming to St. Kitts early because the tournament will be played in St. Kitts, and they'll take the opportunity to play a couple of warm-up games against the Leeward's ladies.
So in other words, they'll be traveling over to Nevis for these games.
I have absolutely no idea where the games will be, whether Nevis or St. Kitts.
But he's good run in there. Back quickly for the second run.
That's wide. So Jeremiah Louis advancing and pitched it wide of the off stump and well clear of the wide line. Too easy, too easy. Full toss on the legs. Louis was advancing and struck it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Reasons. Rahul is injured, and he did not play the second test match, and he's not in this second test match either. And bowlers like Shami out for India, out of cricket for a while. But as you rightly said, very competitive.
Sharma and Jadeja getting hundreds.
And Jadeja, a genuine all-rounder. And he has scored runs and he has picked up wickets for India.
For England, Ben Duckett, 133 not out.
Yes, he has been doing well. We've had a 190 already from the captain, Ollie Pope, in the first test match. 196 to be exact.
You call him the captain. You have plans.
The vice captain, sorry. The vice captain. He's the vice captain of the English team.
250 comes up for the Leewards with a straight drive over the head of...
But back to Rohit Sharma, a welcome 100 for the captain of the Indian team. A lot was being said about his performance, and some were wondering if his captaincy was affecting his batting.
Big six by Colin Archibald. Straight over the head of the fielder at long off. And
that one would have cleared the boundary. And just back to Rohit Sharma, he has been relieved of his captaincy duties in the IPL by the Mumbai Indians, and replaced with Hardik Pandey, who takes over the captaincy reign. And they are saying that they want him to concentrate on his batting. Speaking of Michael Holden, he is one of those diehards who he does not give, he's not giving commentaries now, but he never gave commentaries for 2020 cricket, and I don't think he shows up at any 2020 game. Now, here's a wide signal by umpire Tuckett, the batsman not moving, and very wide of the off stump.
trying to find the rules for the bonus batting points.
Well, I would have had some copies, and I was to ask you if you had those, because I was trying to locate mine. But I'll give another search a little later on, because I tried to get these information online. I don't know if our producer could help us there.
I'm trying. Haven't seen them yet. I've seen the bonus points for the C50. But
Yes,
I
I've
haven't
seen
the
that. I've seen that
bonus
also.
points for the 4-day.
I've seen that, but I've not seen anything for the 4-day. But I don't know if there were any changes, but I know I had something at home from previous games. But I'll give another search. I cannot locate them. But certainly there are bonus points. You know, you see teams on top with .4 points and the sort of stuff. 12.4, 22.4. You know, but they are bonus points for bowling and batting.
Delivery, which is flirting with the wide line, and Cornwall leaves it alone. The Leewards are 257 for 8, leading by 421.
Match referee, of course, would have this information.
Well, I won't be seeing him at tea because I'm on a bit of a diet.
Interesting.
The truth is, I'm just too lazy to climb the stairs.
Well, same here.
Kevlin Anderson from the far end, 4 for 37 before this. And this time it's wide, well wide of the wide line. And so it's called and signaled.
Yes, and he has been too negative. He has picked up wickets, yes. But he has really bowled far too wide. Wide against once more. But if I was the Leewards, though, I would be looking to declare at this point, having reached 400 runs, rather than wasting time, precious time. There is Cornwall getting a bit fancy and getting inside of his wicket and flicking it into the vacant onside for 4.
Lead is now 426.
Cornwall plays it up to deep. And wide is long on. The fielder had to move a bit to his right. And in the end, he jogged through for a single. .263 for 8, the Leewards. .427 the lead. And can the guy in his batting get these runs, these 427 runs? We've been told that Chandra Paul, and we're not speaking of his son, Ron Kanai. No, Bashan would waste time. He would bat too long. Leonard Bashan, I think his name was.
A student of the game, no less a person than Troy Biff Mills, has just pointed out to me that with the overs left, the asking rate is still less than 4 runs and over if the Leewards were to declare now.
I guess you would have factored in the 15 overs in the last hour also.
That is perhaps the greatest reason why the Leewards are batting time.
400 runs plus, batting time. Guyana does not have a Kohli.
Hit in the air, it's going to fall safely. And they'll just have a single. So Cornwall will move on to 6. And the Leewards to 264 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago over at Connery against the Academy. They're looking for 59 to win, and they're 26 for the loss of 1 wicket. So that game is going to end today.
So once again, the Guyana team slows up the proceeding, bringing a man from on the onside, placing him into the offside, and the backward square comes into a short mid-wicket. So packed offside field once more. Slips backward, cover, extra cover, and long off wide. There's also Pummel back on a straight and long on boundary. Right back on the boundary and very straight. Seems as though the Guyanese bowler, they're using that return crease as their guide, and they're seeking to get as very close to the return crease as possible. And the negative tactics do continue. And the longer the Leeward's bat, the better the Guyanese team would feel, Carlisle, because they're taking time out of the game. So the Guyanese team would not be in too much of a hurry to start their second innings. Wide again, very wide. This one is close, and a big heave by Cornwall, missed it completely. And through it went to the keeper. .428 the lead. But this time Cornwall gets back onto it and gets it down to the long off boundary for 4.
Just a little closer and within his reach. Cornwall is a big man. When he hits it, it stays hit.
Long off, of course. Cornwall is going at this one again. And with another batsman, the Leewards could have picked up 2. But Cornwall is the one out there, so just a single. He'll have to cover some distance from mid-wicket to retrieve that one. So 69 for 8. We're in over number 67. It's a nice shot by Archibald down to backward point. Just for a single though. Cornwall is driving at and missing. outside the off stump. An appeal from the bowler and his slip fielders. I wonder too if this is sending a message to the Guyana team, telling them that we are afraid of your batting, we think you might be capable of getting these runs.
Or they might be remembering a declaration by a certain Sir Garfield St. Auburn Sobers.
Well, there might
In a test match.
in a test match, but how many of these players would have that particular test match in the back of their mind?
YouTube. Everything is available nowadays.
But that is true.
And if you look at the wickets that have gone down, how many have been because of good quality bowling?
Well, I can't think of one at the moment.
Louis in the first inning, perhaps?
Yes, he was deceived because Pamal was taking it away from the bat, and then all of a sudden he brought this arm ball. It trapped him. And he certainly was surprised by that, and it was a good piece of bowling by Pamal.
So you would say then that the pitch is good for batting, difficult to get people out on?
It is, but 428. It's 434, as a matter of fact, now.
And if Guyana chase down these runs tomorrow afternoon, you will be telling me, well, it happened.
Well, it happened, but if they chase down these runs, I'll stop looking at cricket.
Okay, got you.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's improbable. And here's a good shot.
Very good shot. Advancing and smacking it over wide long off for 6. Second 6 of the inning.
Well, probably tea time. Probably they're thinking in terms of batting till tea time. But sometimes, you know, it's good to put the team under pressure and give them at least half an hour before tea. Let them fight to survive until tea. But I think they have more than enough runs now to go out there and defend. If they lose this match, it would have meant that they would have bowled badly, and their out cricket would have been very poor. Based on what we know of this guy and his batting and what I've seen of them so far.
Going again is Archibald, and he will get 4. Wide of the fielder down at long off. And so he moves on to 24, Colin Archibald. And the Leewards to 280 for the loss of 8, leading by 4.
Well, obviously. So they probably might be clear just about tea time. But we'll have to wait and see.
Remember yesterday I said that perhaps 4 sessions would be what the Leewards would be looking at to bowl out Guyana. Well, it seems that they're also thinking like me and looking at 4 sessions.
Yes, they might be looking at 4 sessions, but at the same time too, it's good to give themselves some breathing space.
How many teams in the 4-day competition in the West Indies bat for 4 sessions?
Not many.
Okay.
But what is well, I won't be able to tell you often, but what is the highest run chase in regional cricket?
We can look it up.
We can look it up. That's another question.
Catching practice, as here is Cornwall steering one to the field at slip, and that is another wicket there for the captain.
5, of course. That would be time lost, of course.
We have people in the dressing room who are paid to make the decision, Earl.
Well, it does not mean they're making the right decisions. They are paid, of course. But it does not mean that they're making the right decision. That is why coaches are fired sometimes.
What we know is that the Leewards have not declared, and that the last batsman, Daniel Doran, has come out to take strike.
Might be a blessing in disguise if he gets dismissed quickly, or one of these batsmen get dismissed quickly. I see some dark clouds in the east.
High. Very high.
I don't know if you are seeing what I'm seeing. But
I am. No threats of rain at all.
No threats of rain, but they're in the rain area. Weather here, of course, could be unpredictable. Out of a clear blue sky, you could get rain. But Anderson picking up 5, Carlisle. 5 for 49 from 14.1 overs. 14.2, as a matter of fact. In fact, it's now 5 for 50. Loud appeal. Quick single. Let's look at it on the replay. Might have pitched outside leg by signal, of course. The woman is flashing this one down to third man for 4.
Or Archibald. The shorter of the two.
In fact, it's Archibald. Circle down to square leg. They're coming back for the second. Gets it quite easily. Showing some urgency with the running. So the lead building to 89 for 9 from 69 overs. The Leewards, the lead by 453 runs. To 40 by my watch.
I'm still trying to find the point system for this so I can have a look at the bonus points. I'm thinking that the Leewards might be looking for 300 so that they can get a bonus point. I don't know if the bonus batting point starts at 300.
Of course, would have gotten 300 in the first innings. So another wide signal. This should run away for 4. It does. Played in the onside by Durham this time. And he picks up 4. Played down to Nando at long on for single. So 295 Carlisle, 295 for 9. Might be see the declaration if they reach 300.
And lead is 459.
This one is in there. Catch is taken by the emergency fieldsman, Sanka. Guyana might tell you it's small matters.
I want to take a look at the bowling figures, because in years to come, when you tell anybody that in a match played at Warner Park, that the fast bowlers for Guyana took the most wickets easily, they won't readily believe you. welcome back to Warner Park in St. Kitts, where Guyana will be starting their second inning very soon. The Leeward Islands being all out for 295 and just missing out on a batting point, because the batting points are 250 to 299, 2 points, 300 to 349, that's an extra point, so you get 3 points for that. And then 350 to 399, you get 4 batting points, and 400 to 449, you get 5 points. And so the Leewards picking up 4 batting points in their first inning, and they're picking up another 2 in the second inning. So 6 batting points. In terms of bowling, 3 to 5 wickets taken, 1 point. 6 to 8 wickets, 2 points. 9 to 10, 3 points. And so Leeward's getting 3 bowling points, and Guyana picking up 3 bowling points as well.
So perhaps Leeward's looking to pick up some batting points, but in the end falling a bit short.
And in the event, giving Guyana a batting point.
So that's a case of six of one and half a dozen of the next.
But Guyana will need 460 runs to win this game, and they have 4 sessions to do so. There are 35 overs left in the day's play today, and then tomorrow a full 90 overs, provided we have a full day's play.
Don't forget the last hour, the 15 overs in the last hour.
The openers are Shandapal, who is on strike, and Nando. And he's getting the delivery outside the off stump, leaves it alone. No chance of a run.
Shandapal, of course, is on a bit of pressure here. And he will be looking to get some runs. Has had a very lean time recently. And the Leeward Islands, of course, starting aggressively. 3 slips, the gully. Backward point, cover, wideish mid off, long leg and a mid on. So
big thank you to Director Kuma Rodney, who sent me at least the batting and bowling points and promised that he'll send me the full document sometime later.
of course, Kuma Radney, a very nice gentleman. Met him on a number of occasions, spoken to him, and has been highly involved in Leeward Islands cricket for a number of years. In fact, at one point he would have managed the Leeward Islands team, if I'm not mistaken, Carlisle. I think at least Antigua. I know you would have managed the Antiguan team.
He did have a season coaching the Leeward's women. Thick overhead clouds means that it's very cool here at Warner Park now.
Louis going around the wicket to the left-handed Shandapal, who is making an attempt to get across his stumps and get in line. Struck on the pad that time.
Good shot by Shanda Paul. Up in the slot, and he was driving nicely down to the wideish long off position for a boundary. Gets off the mark with the boundary. He's on 4. Guyana are on 4.
And getting 4. So good way to get off the mark, Chandra Paul. And seems as though Cornwall is going to open the bowling from the fine. Interesting, Carlisle.
Looks that way.
So, and you were saying that the Guyanese bowlers were getting some bounce, and the Guyanese bowlers, of course, they are much shorter. Cornwall, a very tall man, well over 6 feet. Probably about 6 feet 5, 6 feet 6 or somewhere thereabout.
But the spinners for Guyana were relatively ineffective in this game.
Yes, they were. And as you rightly pointed out, at the end of the Leeward Islands innings, the fast bowlers, they picked up a high percentage of the wickets that fell.
7 of the 10.
7 of the 10. And in fact, they would have picked up, and I suspect you're speaking of the second innings.
Second inning. In the first inning, again 7 of the 10.
7 of the 10.
So 14 wickets by the Guyana faster bowlers in this game.
So
you're not going to see that happen too often.
No, certainly not. And for a team that relies heavily on their spin bowlers, you know, that's a surprising bit of stats there. And especially at Warner Park. So should the Leewards have read something into this? Or they have their own game plan? We see Cornwall opening the bowling. Well, a loud appeal there by the big. Hamilton jumping all around. That last delivery seemed to have gripped a bit, spun past the outside edge of Nando's bat. And it's taken behind by the keeper. So just 2 runs coming from Cornwall's first over. Sandra Paul is driving down to mid-on, but can't beat Carty. Now we see Louis switching from around the wicket to over the wicket. Louis, in fact, would have picked up the wicket of Chandra Paul in the first innings, getting him to nick off and being caught behind. So he's looking to angle the ball across the left-handed Chandra Paul. Does so, but Chandra Paul is not attempting a shot. Still some cloud cover with us. The sun has gone under the clouds momentarily. Sandra Paul is getting this over the top, down backward of point, and they're picking up 4. And getting it down to the backward point boundary for 4. First innings he looked rather tentative, but he has looked more positive in this inning so far. And so far he has struck 2 boundaries. So he's on 9. So the over comes to an end. Guyana being asked to score some 460 runs to win this match. They're 10 for a loss after 3 overs. So Cornwall will continue. Oh, in the air to the right of Louis at 4th short leg. It goes out to mid-wicket. It's fielded, no run. Sandra Paul in this innings so far has looked a lot more confident than he did in the first innings. In fact, he's seems to be middling the ball a bit more. It's Nando, who is defending that time, out into the offside. Out, yes, out caught. In fact, the batsman stands there.
And I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why. Because it seemed to steer that straight into the hands of the fielder at slip. Perplex. Young man, the rules of the game are that the ball comes from your bat, it is taken before it touches the ground, you're out. And if you stand up at the crease, the match referee might be interested.
Well, I was trying to give the young man the benefit of the doubt, but he certainly stood up there. He was firmly planted in his crease after the catch had been taken. And who knows? So Perez will replace Nando. Perez, the number 3 batsman for Guyana. And Guyana losing an all wicket 12-1.
Terence Ward has good hands, Earl.
Yes, he takes them well at in the slip area. So Leeward's getting an early breakthrough. They're very much on top in this game. But a good move, you say, by the captain to bring himself on, start with himself.
Absolutely. Driven nicely by Chandra Paul. And Chandra Paul has looked very confident in this inning so far, Carlisle. Well, at least he's not as tentative as he looked in the first inning. But his confidence will grow with runs. Time at the crease and runs.
Louis, who picked them up in the first innings, would be looking to do the same. So obviously he's intent on playing his shots. He's not going to allow the bowlers to bog him down.
Trinidad and Tobago completed a victory over the Academy by 6 wickets. And so that game at Connery is done and dusted. Playing inside the line of the delivery, Chandra Paul. And it goes through for the keeper Hamilton to take 12-1. Guyana require another 448 runs to win.
And of course, if they get these runs, well, they would really deserve to get them.
End of the over. Shanda Paul is on 10. Perez is yet to score. And Guyana at 12 for 1. Jeremiah Louis has picked up none for 8 from his 3 overs.
So Cornwall now has the right-handed Perez in his sights. And of course, there's a forward short leg slip and slip in place.
Kuma sent his CV. He wants you to know that he managed Antigua and Barbuda in a practice match against Pakistan. He also wants you to know that he coached the Antigua senior men's team from 2008 to 2010.
So he would have traveled as a coach then?
Absolutely. And the Leeward's men's from 2010 to early 2012.
Thanks, Kuma. I know you are around the teams, but I might have got it mixed up.
But he didn't ascend to managing the Leewards. Having said that, I have to say hello to Mr. Husey Go, successful manager for the Leewards. This one is played down to the cover point area, and he'll get 2 runs. Does Perez to take him off the mark? 14 for 1.
Speaking of Hugo, he was not just a successful manager, but a successful player. I think he would have played for the Combined Islands also.
Absolutely.
Left arm swing bowler.
And immortalized by Paul Keynes Douglas.
And we all would know of that match.
Go and Finley leveled the score and added 46 more.
Fine gentleman also, Hugo. And his father too would have played for Antigua some years ago.
Very knowledgeable about the game of cricket.
You know, those were really good old days, Carlisle, the days of Leeward Islands tournament and Leeward Islands cricket. And you know, I would have met so many characters over the years.
Forge. competition.
Okay. But certainly Grove Park at one point, and now the E.T. Willett track was very good. In fact, I think the clay on this pitch here was brought down from Nevis.
I think the clay on most of the pitches in St. Kitts came from Nevis.
From Nevis. Of course, there's a different type of soil here in St. Kitts, and when you do get some clay, probably in the Connery region, it's the red clay which breaks up very easily.
Nevis has also provided clay for the pitch in St. Martin and the pitch in Anguilla.
Well, so Nevis exporting dirt, and I'm not making that a dirty joke either. They're exporting dirt, but yes, certainly. You know, I can recall some time ago they would have brought down some clay from Nevis to resurface this pitch here at Warner Park.
I think when you go to Connery, you'll see some which I'm told just recently arrived from Nevis.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so we have the good clay there.
Leg slip, silly, mid-off, and a slip, the closed-in fielders. Shanda Paul has been looking to turn this one in the onside, and so they have brought the other close-in fielder there at leg slip.
So Cornwall keeping it tight. Not much purchase at the moment. I'm not seeing too much bounce either.
Full toss, freebie, and spanked away down to the deep and wide mid-wicket boundary by Shanda Paul for 4. And so he takes remaining 23 in the day's play.
So Cornwall not being able to close out that over and being struck for a boundary with the last delivery. And too often we have seen bowlers in particular, West Indian bowlers not being able to close out an over. And the releasing the pressure. Louis Mikel fielding at mid-off. And when Mikel Louis started Carlisle, he was more of a leg spinner, a wrist spinner, and he has blossomed into a fine batsman and seemed to have given up the bowling and concentrated on his batting. It certainly has prospered. Track very easy pace at the moment. And we have not seen the fast bowlers extracting too much from it. In fact, the batsmen seem to be very comfortable to the fast bowlers. But Archibald would be looking to extract something. It's one good bounce outside the half stump coming back, but the batsman just pulls out of the way and allows it through. This is a nice shot, play between backward point and cover, and it's racing out towards the boundary, flicked back there by Kofi James, and the batsmen were able to pick up 2. But a good shot nevertheless by Perez. We have not seen much of Hayden Walsh Jr. with the ball in this match so far. And one feels that he might have a big part to play tomorrow.
His 5 overs in the first inning were not impressive.
Certainly not. They were definitely not.
And we've reached the water break. 22 overs left in the day's play. It's 35 for 1. Guyana chasing the Leeward's score. They still require another 425 to win. Cornwall is 1 for 12 from his 6 overs in over number 7. Guyana 35 for 1.
$35 for 1 in the first over, in the first hour's play after tea. And would you say that any team is in the ascendancy at this point?
What you definitely can say is that the Leewards are way ahead in terms of runs required. Guyana will have to get another 425 to win this game.
Certainly.
So is the scoreboard pressure more than anything else.
Yes, and with only some 36 runs on the board, certainly the Leewards, you could safely say, on top at the moment. And needing another 425 runs.
Change of bowling, it looks like. No, Doran was probably just suggesting to his captain that listen, I can bowl. Colin Archibald will continue from the pavilion end.
I would look to give the spinners as much overs today as possible, though, Carlisle. Pitch is fairly easy paced. And generally, the batsmen seem to be very comfortable to the faster stuff. And of course, too, you would get more overs in this afternoon. You would want to see forward short leg and silly point and slip being employed and applying pressure to the batsman. You have said there's a bit of bounce there in the pitch, so who knows? And personally, this is not the stage at which you would expect to bring on a bowler to do a holding job. They should be looking to be on the attack at this point, the Leeward Islands.
Driven into the offside. Don't think it will reach the boundary, but they'll get a couple of runs. That's it's pulled back just inside the boundary, down at square on the offside. So 2 more runs to Perez.
Of course, that was chased by one of the faster men on the field, young Hayden Walsh Jr. Came pretty close to the point boundary, but he pulled it back quite nicely. See young Andrew going back on the backward square boundary. Right back on the boundary. In fact, Archibald is switching from around the wicket to over the wicket for the left-handed fast bowler. Tries to dig one in, but it does not get up very much.
End of the over, 37 for 1. Perez is on 8. Shandopal is on 23.
So Cornwall is continuing, and the question, Carlisle, is whether or not it's advisable for Cornwall to continue with his fast bowler from this end, from the media center end. Shandopal, though, is defending stoutly. End of another over, 37 for 1. So we have had 16 bowled. Another 19 left in the day's play. And we've gone past 4 o'clock, so looks like some overtime today. But Carlisle, we are seeing a change from this end. We are seeing another spinner being brought into the attack. And not surprised at this move either.
Doran did pick up 4 wickets in the first inning. And so his 4 for 40 would have given him some confidence.
Starts poorly, lucky to get away with that one. Too short from Durham. But knocked down in the offside by young Andrew, moving to his left. This one is a better length. Durham is a very tall man, and it would be interesting to see the amount of bounce he could extract from this track. But he's giving it some ear. And no foul shortly goes to that silly point.
$37-1, the Harpy Eagles. 443 behind the Leewards.
So a good start there for Durham. Not conceding a run. Lucky to get with the first delivery of his over. And then seemed to have settled down after that into a good line and length. So Kyle, a bit more of an attack, some more close in field zone place there for Chandra Paul. There's a slip, a leg slip for short leg silly point. And of course that's the luxury of having a big lead on the board. And if our producer is listening, the first ship leaves the harbor.
Cornwall has been very consistent in terms of his line and his length, and has been spot on to Shandapal. Coming forward again, squirting off the outer portion of the bat and going just short of the fielder at slip.
Good delivery there. Yes. Chandra Paul, of course, been hemmed in.
End of a maiden over. 23 Shandapal, 80 Sparrows, 37-1. Doran continues to bowl from the media center end.
And I suspect we'll see mostly spin taking us down towards the end of the day today. But Carl, as anticipated though, this is not going to be as easy as the first innings for the Leeward Islands. We anticipate that the Guyanese batsmen are going to do a lot better in this innings.
Absolutely. Defended away into the offside.
That's a quick one from Durham, going on with the arm.
Given some more flight, and he's into line and defending Perez. 37 for no, 37 for 1 correction. Guyana require another 423 runs to win. Good maiden over there by Doran. Leeward's looking for another 9 wickets to win this game.
And they would be looking to get at least another 2 this evening. But the Guyanese batsmen, they have shown stubborn defense so far. And Chandra Paul especially seems to be bent on having a good long knock and get himself back into form. I don't think that at this point the Guyanese team is thinking in terms of winning this match. I think they would be looking to, first of all, conserve wickets, get a good start, try and bat as deep as possible. And if the door opens at some point, then they might take the challenge.
Good shot by Chandra Paul, pushed it back straight past the bowler on the onside, and the fielder coming around from mid-off tried to pull it.
Beginning to look a bit ominous. Squared up a bit there by Cornwall. In the end, he kept it down. So Cornwall switches to over the wicket from around the wicket to the left-handed Chandra Paul.
End of the over, 4 runs from it. Chandra Paul is on 27. Perez is on 8. And we remind you that earlier today, the Leewards were all out for 295. Michael Louis scoring 130 to follow up his 113 in the first inning.
Louis, of course, getting better and better. And for each inning, he bats his
He ought to have cut that one off.
yes, he should have, but allowing 4 runs to Chandler Paul. So, in fact, it's Perez. Who is getting some runs here. They're quickly back for the third. So Perez, with those 3 runs, would move on to 11. Current rate just over 2 runs per over for the Guyanese team at this point. Chandler Paul has been there for some 71 deliveries. He has scored just some 27 runs. But we know he has the ability to bat long.
And to get big scores.
Yes, he would have had a double 100 at test level. And of course, this is a good opportunity for him to cash in after having a string of low scores. And he certainly would not want to waste this start.
End of the over, 46 for 1. Chandler Paul is on 28 and Perez is on 11. And that means that we're waiting for the overs remaining in the day's play to go up on the board. 14 left in the day's play. Change of bowling from the far end. Hayden Walsh will be taking over from Cornwall.
In the first innings, of course, he would have bowled from the media center end. He comes in from the far end now. And he did not have a very good spell in the first innings. But on his day, he could be a very dangerous bowler. Type of bowler who would run through a batting lineup very easily. Starts short. That's a flatter, faster delivery from Walsh. Looks like the googly also. Perez had to jump down on it. So end of over number 22, 47 for 1. And they're going at 2.14 runs per over. Guyana. And they need another 413 runs to win this match.
Just looking at the game in Jamaica, and all I can tell you is that it is shocking. The combined campuses and colleges were bowled out in the second inning for 87, giving the Jamaica Scorpions just 69 to make for victory, and they completed that with no loss.
Shocking indeed. That's mammoth collapse there by the combined colleges and campuses. see the physio for the Guyanese team going onto the field. And it seems as though there's some issue there with Perez. In fact, he's down on his knees at this point. And we could recall that Perez would have been struck while fielding a short leg in the Leeward Islands first innings, but he's receiving some attention there. Perhaps being given a bit of medication, perhaps some painkillers. But we are away from the action. And he's suggesting that when he tries to play the pull shot,
Smitten, combined colleges 307 in the first inning, 87 in 30 overs and 4 balls in the second inning. And the Jamaica Scorpions requiring 69 to win, 69 without loss. And it took them just 9 overs and 3 balls to complete that victory. So 3 of the 4 games in this round have been completed.
And of course, despite the fact that they made over 300 runs in the first innings, the combined colleges and campuses really capitulating in the second innings and being defeated quite easily. And of course, with another day to go in that particular match, Carlisle.
Yes. This one coming from the grasp of the bowler Doran and ending up down backward square. Off the pitch, of course, so it's called on signal no ball by umpire Carl Tuckett.
So 1 run to the Guyana's total and an extra ball to be bowled by Durham. So 50 has come up for the Guyana's team. In fact, there's some conflict with the score 1. On score sheet is saying 50 for 1, one is saying 49 for 1. Chandra Paul is defending. Durham has gone over the wicket to the left-handed Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul gets a single down to long on.
Brings up the end of the over, end of which we have another 12 overs left in today's play. And just looking at the game in Jamaica, Gordon Bryan picked up 3 for 19. 2 wickets to Mansing. 4 for 12 to Salmon. And the other wicket going to O.J. Shields, 1 for 16. And so from 307 in the first inning, being bowled out for 87, and in quick time, the combined campuses and colleges.
So once again, Carl, and we are having games finishing in the region within 3 days' time. Last weekend, of course, we lost the whole day and some in the match, the Academy versus the Leeward Islands, and that match didn't go the full final day. This one certainly will go into tomorrow. And Guyana fighting at this point. They are 52 for 1. But Walsh at the far and he continues. In fact, he aborted his run. Driven nicely by Perez, but he can't beat me down. This one is played into the offside by Perez. It goes square over the wicket. And no run is scored. Perez looking to work this one down to third man. Mikhail Lewis is quickly across to his left from short, third man to field, no run. Driven back to Walsh, who stops his own bowling. The over comes to an end. It's 52 for 1.
With 11 overs left in the day's play.
Hidden Walsh has been a lot tighter in this spell, Carlisle, as opposed to the first innings.
And you notice that he is spinning it, but he's bowling at a much faster pace in this inning.
Yes, he's certainly pushing it through a bit more. And controlling it a lot better this time around. Well, Durham continues from the media center and he's going over the wicket. Chandra Paul is defensive, pushing back up the track. Chandra Paul, of course, has gone into the 30s, but he has faced quite a number of deliveries, some 79 of them.
He wouldn't be worried about that, Earl. He would just be thinking, staying at the crease and getting a good score.
Defends once more. And it's the keeper comes from behind to retrieve. And he can't score. So there's a slip, there's a forward shot. There's also a leg slip in position, looking for the catch from bat to pad.
Good flight. Good loop on that one, Earl.
Yes, good flight. And well played there by Chandra Paul. And you would think, too, that In fact, leg slip has come out and gone to silly point. You would think too that Shanja Paul is looking to play towards the end of the day's play. Soto Perez. Well, now we see a switch. Dewey has gone to forward short leg, and James has come to silly point.
Just a change of personnel.
So he plays into the onside up to short mid-wicket. Joel Andrew Fields, the over comes to an end.
Water break. We're back with the Guyana Harp Eagles on 51 for 1. 10 overs left in the day's play. And it's Walsh who is bowling from the far end. Guyana still 409 runs away from a victory in this game. Shandapal is on 31, Perez is on 13, and it's Hayden Walsh from the far end.
Carlisle, you're very ambitious, though. You're speaking of a possible Guyana's victory.
I'm just stating the facts.
Well,
I didn't say they will win.
I could go the other way and tell you that the Leeward Islands are 9 wickets away from victory.
And you would be right.
And I'm just taking the facts also.
Exactly.
But Walsh looking for his first wicket in the match. But these two batsmen have been solid though for Guyana.
Good fielding there at extra cover. Prevents a run. And Perez remains on 13 from his 63 balls faced. Play down to short third man. And Louis Mikhail has to come to his left and they'll get a single. Perez moves on to 13. Still having a bit of a discrepancy between our score on the screen and the score on the scoreboard.
Difference of 1, of course.
Shandapal is defending and goes back down the track.
Shandapal could be key to the Guyana team saving this match. Of course, there's quite a bit of batting to do tomorrow, barring any interruption from the weather. Some 3 sessions due to be played tomorrow. And we have just about another 9 overs also left in the day's play. But Guyana would have to do a lot of batting tomorrow, Carlisle.
And the weather forecast seems good. So we're looking to get in a full day's play tomorrow if required.
But tomorrow should be very interesting, though.
And as you look around the region, remember games are being played at 2 centers, in St. Kitts and in Jamaica. Played nicely into the onside by Perez. They'll get a single. And that will take his score on now to 14, says the big board on my left. So, in the game which had a close contest for first innings points, combined colleges and campuses 307 in their first inning. Jamaica responded with 331 and then bowled out the combined colleges for 87 and they made the 69 runs for no loss.
Shandapal using his feet that time and driving down to mid-on.
In the other game in Jamaica, Windward Island Volcanoes 325. Barbados responded with 214. And then, well, it was 214, 325, 126 by Barbados, and 18 for 1 the Volcanoes. And so that game was completed as well. Volcanoes winning by some 9 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago against the Academy. And the Academy getting 163. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force making 329. And then the Academy getting 224. And the Red Force wrapping up that game 60-4, winning by some 6 wickets.
And we had Sandra Paul steering the one down to third man, towards the third man boundary, and picking up 3 runs. So he has gone on to 34. Perez is on 15. These 2 batsmen, though, they have settled in nicely. And they are playing well. They are not being beaten by any of the Leeward Island bowlers. And perhaps you might see very shortly the Captain Cornwall trying something different.
Did say to you that when you do a recap of the wickets, most of the batsmen who got out gifted their wickets. Haven't seen any tricks from the pitch at all.
Certainly not. It's a good batting track. A typical Warner Park track. And Chandra Paul seems to be willing to try and cash in a second time around on this pitch. It's an uphill battle though for the Guyanese team. Needing another 404 runs. That's a lot of runs to go after. Deep backward square, mid wicket and long on Carlisle.
And Chandra Paul is turning this one into the onside, brings the fielder from forward of square on the boundary, and he'll get a single, but just across and expertly done, just wristed that one into the onside.
Chandra Paul is batting well, but I've not really seen any real attempt for him to try and go over the top or go for the big shot. And I'm a bit surprised that you have those 3 fielders on the boundary. Here is Perez cutting at one and missing.
Too close for the shot.
Might have bounced just a bit more than he would have expected also.
Turns it into the onside for a single. Chandra Paul looking to turn it into the onside. Took the leading portion of the bat and went straight back down to the bowler. Safely on the ground though. A little bit too straight this time and worked into the onside. He has played that shot well, Chandra Paul. Picks up another single and takes him on to 36. It's 59 for 1, and we have 7 overs left in the day's play.
Not only a bit too straight, but a bit on the short side. It was quicker also. And Chandra Paul just turned it into the onside. Another batsman might have been attempting a pull into the onside, but Chandler Paul seemed to have settled in for the long haul.
Change of bowling from this the media center end. Looks like the captain Cornwall who will be bowling from this end, replacing Doran.
Not a bad move by the captain Cornwall, coming from the opposite end. And perhaps it's possible that he might be able to extract a bit more bounce. We'll just have to wait and see. And just come in with something different at this point. But Cornwall has a few more options up his sleeve. There's also Kofi James. There's Terrence Ward, both of whom are off spinners. And of course, he could go back to Jeremiah Louis for an over two before the end of the day's play. The light is still good at this point. Chandler Paul covering all stumps. And certainly, if he had missed that one, he could have been in trouble.
No flight. And Chandler Paul was in behind it and played it carefully on the onside.
He's seen it. He's seen it.
Straight. Tell you something, people don't give Cornwall the credit he deserves. He's a smart bowler. And he's a wicket-taking bowler.
Well, the records show that he is. But it's an easy pace track, and the batsmen, they have been able to adjust quite nicely. Might be beaten in flight, but they could quickly adjust on this track. Well, Cornwall is showing a bit of football skill there, Carlisle. Flicking from boot to hand.
Driven in the ear to extra cover. Young Andrew knocks it down. End of the over, 59 for 1. Chandler Paul is on 36. And Perez is on 16. Leeward's been bowled out in the second inning for 295. Jeremiah Louis added 130 to his 113 that he scored in the first inning.
Chandler Paul has settled in well, though, and is batting quite well. And in this mode, he could very well go on to get a big score. He has had the start, and first of all, you'd be looking to survive the next 6 overs or so and come back tomorrow and try to get a big score and possibly keep his team from losing this match.
Hayden Walsh is asking for some changes to his field, and the fielder who was just that short fine leg has gone to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket has gone to backward square.
At this juncture of the game, though, Carlisle, I would prefer to see a few more fielders around the bat.
He's driving down to the boundary for 4. Getting a delivery which was pitched up and just a touch wide. And he seized on that, did Perez. Look at it again, right to the pitch of the ball and drove it beautifully down to the boundary and picked up 4.
Yes, an overpitch delivery, which Perez pounced on and drove it for 4. Perez has been there for some time. He's on 20 now, 20 from some 69 deliveries. That one was quicker from Walsh and pushed into the onside. Taking on the pad, loud appeal from the bowler, not supported by any of his teammates. Seem to be going down the onside. Quick bit of work there by Hamilton. The appeal goes up.
Carl Tuckett says no.
Batsman seemed to have been grounded, though. He was struggling to keep his foot in.
Interesting.
It is.
Interesting is whether or not the back foot was in the air at the time the bails were taken off.
Definitely.
Close.
It's hard to tell, and not having the benefit of a review system, you could never tell. Carlisle, that's very close.
Very close. I did say close. The camera from Square Leg would have told us.
Definitely. But Perez survives, and at the end of that over, it's 63 for 1, 64 for 1. And we have just another 5 overs left.
Very good glove work by Hamilton on that occasion, though.
Yes, he had to go to his left down the leg side to take and whip the bails off in a flash.
Raheem Cornwall 1 for 16 from his 11 overs before this, and he will be bowling from the media center end. Shanda Paul is on 36, and he's taking strike.
Lead Carlisle has gone down below the 400 mark, and they're whittling away at this lead.
Not by much.
Well, it's not by much, but psychological. So Leeward's searching for another wicket. Question though is what strategy the Guyana team would use tomorrow.
Given some more flight, and it pitched, and there was turn and bounce on that delivery. Shanda Paul left it alone safely, and so he remains on 36.
Of course, at this point, they would be looking to survive until tomorrow. They would not like to lose another wicket at this point. But then come tomorrow, they would have some 3 sessions in which to survive.
Again, bringing him forward, defense. It's the end of the over. Guyana 63 for 1. Shanda Paul is on 36. Perez is on 20. And the Leewards are looking for 9 wickets. Guyana are looking for 397 runs. Interesting. Looking at the replay of the stumping attempt again, that would have been referred, I'm sure.
Most definitely. Well, in fact, it would have been an umpire's referral, and I'm certain they would have sent it up.
The question would have been whether or not the foot was down at the time the bails were taken off.
And of course, that's the big question. And it looked rather close, very close, in fact. But it's always difficult to judge those scenarios. And it would have happened in a flash. The keeper himself was very quick. So it's very difficult to judge that as Perez is defending.
Of course, with the other 3 games completed, all the attention would be focused on the game here at Warner Park in Basti and St. Kitts. And we can tell you that Guyana, they are 63 for 1. 3 overs left in the day's play after this one. Short delivery, played away into the offside, no runs.
Tending to be a little flat, Hayden Walsh Jr.
Flatter, faster, and he was going back and just hanging his bat at that one.
Gives this one a bit more flight. It was outside the off stump, and Perez ignored it completely. Trying to tempt Perez into a foul shot.
Faster delivery, which he defends well to bring up the end of the over. 63 for 1 Guyana, and we have some 3 overs remaining.
So we're winding down. The end of the day's play drawing nice. Just about 5:14. Some overtime being put in this afternoon, but just another 3 overs to go. But the Harp Eagles, they certainly are fighting back. And they've been slow. They've scored some 63 runs in 32 overs. Just under 2 runs per over. 1.97 runs per over.
Delivery stroked away into the onside, finds Doran, and there are no runs. Richard Berridge, you owe me a phone call. Good delivery, played away into the offside mix-up. There's yes, no, and finally they said no, went back to their creases as Joel Andrew was quick onto that delivery. And so, no harm done. Guyana wouldn't like a run out now.
Looking for a quick single, which was never really on. And you would have thought that trying to survive until tomorrow, they would not be attempting such.
Good delivery. Again played out to extra cover. I'm going to have to do some research and get the sports people involved and find out exactly what level of golf Richard Berridge played for St. Kitts. He's trying to turn this one into the onside. Shandapal looks a little bit clumsy, gets it away into the offside. He doesn't score. As you look at it again, I tell you, this Cornwall is a thinking bowler. He knows that a wicket here would be precious. And he's playing this one into the onside, comes from the body of the fielder at short leg. And Shandapal is doing his best to survive until tomorrow. It will be the only game of round 2 to go into day 4. Here is Cornwall again, given generous flight, but he is defending stoutly Shandapal. End of the over. Another 2 overs left in the day's play, and the Harpy Eagles are 63 for the loss of 1. Cornwall having picked up that 1 wicket for 16 runs, and the Guyana team 63 for 1. Shandapal is 36. Perez is on 20, and the Guyana team require another 397 runs. The physio is on the field, and perhaps this is the way of Guyana to say, listen, we don't want to face too many more overs this evening.
Well, it's already gone past 5 o'clock, so it's just a matter of surviving the 2 overs. But some attention is being paid here to Perez, who seems to be having some issues with that collarbone. He was struck there while fielding at fourth short leg in the Leeward Islands innings yesterday. And obviously it's bothering him, but a bowling change is coming from the far end, and Terence Ward is being brought into the attack. So with 2 overs left, he should just have the 1 over from that end, and perhaps Cornwall would bowl the final over of the day's play.
So in the penultimate over, it's Hayden Walsh from the far end. Solitary figure down at long on. No, that's Terence Ward, in fact.
So another 8 legal deliveries left in the day's play. And he's taking on the pass. Both batsmen looking to survive. Perhaps a bit more pressure, Carlisle. A silly point, for example. Perez is still looking to score runs. An attempted drive back down the track there by Perez.
End of the over. 1 left in the day's play. And Guyana are 63 for 1 in their second inning, behind by 397 runs in the game.
So final over coming up. In fact, the umpires are having some words with each other at long distance.
The light is good, no question of getting the final over in.
Yesterday, of course, play ended just around 5:30. And we have gone past 5 o'clock and just one over left in the day's play. So Cornwall will bowl the final over of the day's play. And for Shanda Paul, there's a slip and a silly point, and the forward short leg in attacking position.
Resolute in defense is Shandapal. Just smothers this one away on the offside. Another 4 deliveries left in the day's play. He's on 36 is Shandapal.
With Cornwall is tempting him though.
Good variation. Now he's bringing the fielder at backward point in closer.
Interestingly, Hamilton passed his helmet to that close in fielder. But really and truly, it's against the rules nowadays for a keeper to stand up to the stumps. Driven, pass backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Was in there for some time.
Yep. With all the changes that were happening, the captain just moved the fielder there to backward point. And what I can say to you though is that it went to his right, and he's naturally left-handed. 4 runs to Shandapal though. One delivery left in the over. 1 delivery left in the day's play. Driving firmly down to mid-off. End of the over. End of the day's play. 3 days completed here at Warner Park. And we can tell you very quickly that in the first inning, the Leewards made 352. Mikhail Louis got himself 113, 77 to Hamilton, and a half century, 54 to the captain Cornwall. Mohammed picked up 5 for 69, and when Guyana batted, they reached 188, and 41 being the highest score there to Ali Mohammed. 4 wickets to Doran for 40, 3 for 42 to Jeremiah Louis. And then the Leewards batting a second time. 295 all out, with Mikhail Louis getting 130, Anderson 5 for 57, and Ali Mohammed 2 for 66. And then closing on the third day, Guyana are 67 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Shandapal is on 40, Raymond Perez is on 20. And so that's the situation in the game. Then 3 days completed. We'll be back with you tomorrow from Warner Park.